Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Indrajit sir is just joining in. I've admitted him. I think he should take about a minute. He'll join in.
Okay.
I'll start letting in people to him.
Yes, why not? No problem.
Morning.
Hey everyone.
Hi, sir. Morning.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, buddy.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. You come. Angelina, can you mute everybody else?
Yes, sir, just doing that.
Morning, Chirag. Morning, Gigi. Sujan, how was the session with Mr. SSP? I hope the session was good. Has Indrajit joined?
No, sir, he's facing some issue with his net.
Oh,
He
again.
tried joining twice, but I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So maybe we can just start and he can join in. Already 7:32. We'll just wait another minute or so, guys, if everybody's okay with that.
So you can go ahead once Indrajit sir
Yes.
has joined and he
Just put the schedule on the tree. On the
yes.
screen again. Okay, good morning, guys. We'll wait for Indrajit to join in on his behalf and on behalf of the NGAI. Welcome you to the last day of this wonderful session that we've been conducting. And like Indrajit said, it's been very interactive. It's been a first for me. I've always been taking part in such seminars as somebody who was listening in, but conducting, and I think everybody's thought processes coming together. We learn a lot from each other, and that's the whole idea. Chirag sent me a lovely video yesterday So today's session is going to be short game, putting, golf biomechanics and injury prevention, junior golf, and then we have a guest speaker. I don't know who it is, but we will figure it out. But Chirag did send me a great video about swing direction, and we're going to start by playing that, and then slowly we'll move into the other sessions. We may juggle around a little bit. As you can see, I'm at a fitness studio in Delhi, where I usually come and work out. And I've got Deepika with me, Deepika Chopra. She takes care of all the trainings and the exercises and injury prevention things. So I'll have a kind of a session with her with golf biomechanics, and so it becomes a little more interactive, and then we'll take a lot of questions, because those are the things that we need to collectively start working. And an area which we keep fixing everybody's swing, we never actually look at that part of it, that why the person is unable to do it. So I'm going to let Angelina play the video first before, I think in the meantime, Indrajit will join, and he can, he's trying to get in, trying to let him in, but that's okay. Angelina, can you play that video sent by Chirag, please?
Yes, sir. I'm just playing that.
Thank you. Let's just all listen in. It's a fantastic video.
Joseph Mayo, and I'm here today with my teaching partner, longtime PGA Tour player Grant Waite. And in this short video, we're going to discuss angle of attack and how it could and oftentimes should change where you're aimed. Now, Grant, when we're dealing with the angle of attack, specifically with the driver, it presents a unique scenario. The ball's on a tee, therefore we can hit up, we can hit down, or we can hit level. So based upon hitting up, down, or level, how can that change where we should aim?
Well, if we're talking in terms for a visual representation here, if we have a Ferris wheel that's rotating on this 90-degree or vertical axis here, so it's going all forward and down, there is no out. If we're going on a horizontal axis here, like a merry-go-round, it's going forward and out, but it has no down. Now, as a golfer, we're playing somewhere in between that. So we're on an incline. So that means as we're coming on a downswing, we're going to be going forward towards the ball. We're going to be coming down, but we're always going to be going out relative to the direction of our swing. And the same would be if we were going up. We're now going forward, we're going up, and we're coming in relative to that swing direction.
So you're saying, Grant, that anytime that the golf club is moving downward, it's also moving outward in relation to swing direction.
That's correct.
And if the golf club is moving upward, it's moving in relation to swing direction.
That's correct.
All right, well then that begs the question, what is swing direction?
Exactly. Okay, so swing direction, we're going to measure that from about knee height to knee height, and it is really the direction of your swing when you were to look at on a 2D or two-dimensional apparatus like a camera. So it's missing one of the dimensions. So what you're really seeing is the direction of your swing when you're drawing all those lines. You're not really seeing the path, because the third dimension is the outward that has been created by the downward, or the inward created by the upward.
So when you're looking at a student as an instructor, and the student looks as though they're making maybe an over-the-top move, you're not seeing club path, you're seeing swing direction.
Swing direction, that is correct, yes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, if we have a scenario, Grant, where we've got 3 students on this practice tee right now, and all of them want to draw the ball, we've decided, and right here on the ground, if you'll notice, we have this white rod which signifies our target line. So, Grant, that could go to the flag 185 yards away. It could be the center of the fairway. And to draw the ball, we have decided through all of our teaching that a club path, which is approximately 4 degrees out, is a good solid club path to draw the ball reliably. So this yellow rod signifies the club path, which is approximately 4 degrees out, because we have decided through all of our teaching that a club path of approximately 4 degrees is about right to reliably draw the golf ball.
Right.
Okay, so the first student steps on the tee box. PGA Tour player, we put him on TrackMan and we measure his angle of attack to be 4 degrees down with his driver.
So the ramifications of that, we know that approximately for every 1 degree down, you're going to be hitting 1 degree out. So in this case, if he's hitting down 4 degrees with his driver, that's going to give us a path number of 4 degrees out or to the right.
Of his swing direction.
Of his swing direction.
So what you're saying is that tour player can stand here, granted if he was dressed, he can stand there with pretty much a zeroed out.
Yeah, can you replay? Yeah, can you replay? Yeah, this is good. Somewhere.
Swing direction.
Yeah.
And the angle of attack is producing 4 degrees rightward path.
That's correct.
So he can aim theoretically at the target and draw the ball every time.
Perfect, and he should.
All right. So the next student, LPGA Tour player, we put her on TrackMan. She's hitting up 2 degrees.
Right, so we would say if she's hitting up 2 degrees, that means that the path is 2 degrees to the left of her swing direction. So if I was to say, okay, that's 2 degrees, for example, now we want her with a 4 degrees path to the right, so what does she do? She's got to aim 2 degrees to the right just to get back to straight, but we need 4 degrees of path, so she goes an additional 4 degrees. That gives her 6 degrees. She's aiming to the right to end up at that 4 degrees of path that we've decided that we like.
Absolutely, absolutely. And the third student steps up, retired insurance salesman, plays golf 3 times a month, has a club head speed of 85 miles per hour, and he's hitting up 4 degrees. Now, we love that attack angle at that speed.
For sure, yes.
Where does he have to aim to draw the ball?
Okay, so his 4 degrees of up is producing 4 degrees of path to the left of a swing direction. So let's say it's over here somewhere. So what does he do? He aims 4 degrees more to the right just to get back the path back to 0, but we want 4 degrees of path to the right or out. So he aims an additional 4 degrees. That means he's now aiming 8 degrees to the right.
So Grant, are you telling me that we've got 3 students standing on this tee box on TrackMan radar? All 3 of them are hitting basically the same drawing type shot, and none of them are aimed remotely close to one another.
That is correct, and they shouldn't aim anywhere close to one another.
And it's all because of?
Angle of attack.
Thank you, Grant. On behalf of Grant, I'm Joseph Mayo. Thank you for watching our video.
Did everybody get a chance to see that? I'm going to ask Chirag to unmute himself. Chirag, you and me are going to go through that video for the benefit of everybody. I think it was a fantastic video. If everybody agrees, I'll just okay. Speaker, just a second. Yeah. Okay. So between Chirag and me, I think we can explain now, if everybody understands and has got a clearer picture of swing direction. I guess the video was very clearly showing that the swing direction is to be measured. I don't know if you can see me clearly. So the swing direction is to be measured at knee to knee. So if you're using a 2D camera, which is what we use normally, or your eyes, we are measuring swing direction at knee high. And what we are actually seeing when we are using a 2D camera is the swing direction and not the path. So he says it very clearly, and you guys can keep asking questions after we explain. And so what he's saying basically is that as the club is coming down, the path is going more right. And yesterday's video also was showing very clearly that as the club is coming down, remember the video that was posted yesterday with the 7-iron, as the club was coming down, it was aiming right. Then it squared up. And as it goes up, it starts to the path is looking like it's going left, which is, and then also I made a statement which we need to, now it becomes even clearer, is why are actually professionals hitting down with their driver to ensure they don't need to aim right. In that video, it was very clear. Anytime you are hitting up on the driver, your path is becoming more inwards. So you need to change your swing direction in a crazy way, so that high handicapper had to actually aim 8 degrees right. So in his head, he's actually aiming into the bush. And from there, it is very difficult mentally to aim into the bush and try and draw the ball, because he's got an upward path. You see that the LPGA Tour player was hitting it 2 degrees up, because she needs. Why is she hitting up? The PGA Tour player, he can hit 2 degrees, 4 degrees down or 2 degrees down, because he, as it is, has enough speed. He needs more accuracy. But the LPGA Tour player, she needs all the distance, and she can, her directions are much better than, because the speed is much lesser. So she was going 2 degrees up. So she had to actually aim 6 degrees right to get a draw. To hit it straight, she has to aim 2 degrees right. To hit it straight, she has to aim 2 degrees right. And if she wants to, so generally she will have a gentle fade on her shot, right? If she's aiming straight. So, but for a PGA Tour player, if he stands normal, he can draw the ball. So if he wants to actually fade the ball, he should be aiming more left. So when you make these adjustments of the downward angle of attack or upward angle of attack or flat, depending upon where your ball position is, you can actually make that combination and understand what kind of flight you want, whether you want a fade or a draw, so that you are staying on the fairway. Am I right? Now, Chirag, I'm going to let Chirag come in and explain a little more. Chirag.
I think you've already explained everything, sir, very well. So I don't think I need to really come in here for anything.
Cool. Okay, so we'll open it up to any questions, because this is a very interesting. I think this was a fantastic video. It was very self-explanatory. We were trying to explain, but because we don't have the hula hoop and we don't have other things, and when you're in person, you're able to, because the interaction makes sure that the explanation becomes easier. So online is always a little more difficult. But I think this video was fantastic, and if everybody has kind of understood what we are saying, and if somebody hasn't understand, happy to explain it again. Okay. Anyway, even during the class, if we don't have anybody, so thank you. Thanks, Chirag. Angelina, has Indrajit come in, or shall we start with a short game?
Yes, sir, he's coming.
Okay, somebody has put his hand up. Sorry, Indrajit, you are here? I couldn't get it. Good morning, Indrajit. Okay, he's not.
Oh, no, I think he lost it because he had joined, but I think he lost connection again.
Okay, Farid had an question, sorry. Farid, do you want to unmute yourself? Okay.
Yeah, good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Sir, whose video was that, sir?
बताया उसने Bob Mayo and Grant Waite. I think
Thank
Mayo.
you, sir.
Yeah, it's quite
Joseph Mayo.
Joseph Mayo, sorry. Yeah, Joseph Mayo. You can see it. Uspe agar koi, if any questions, then you can ask. There's somebody else who's got a hand up. Rohan, unmute yourself, please.
Morning, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Rohan.
Sir, can you just discuss a little bit about hand path in relation to swing direction, sir?
Hand path? See, hand path, club path, very similar. Kind of. I don't know if we can differentiate, because what your hands are doing, it's until the release. So we are normally the club path should be following the hands. So hand path means
Right. So, but what happens once you're basically giving a lesson to a player, for example, in a driver that you are swinging into out,
yes.
what the player basically doesn't understand is that in relation to swing direction, his hands generally are going way outside. So, how do we basically
Way
cater to
outside
that?
as in way outside as in
In
coming in, coming
Yes,
in.
and yes, coming in and probably yes, traveling in that direction. Correct.
Yeah, so that's the path. Then he's making the path way into out. So if your hand is going on, see, let me tell you, the biggest issue we have with players who we are teaching is this casting, where the hand
Right.
stops here. Now
Right.
now we have a problem. Yeah, but then it's making sure you see this. That's our problem. So then
Okay. Okay.
you
Okay.
so
Understood.
when you're looking at your player, try to see if he or she is trying to ensuring that the hands are leading and the club head is following the lead.
Okay. Understood, sir. Thank you.
इस पे ज़्यादा ध्यान दिया करो because most of the golfers and also with these days the driving ranges having bats, it's very
Right.
easy to start scooping
Clicking.
the ball and kind of releasing your hands earlier. I mean,
Hands through.
club head
Okay.
earlier. So the hand tends to stop quicker and the club head releases much faster.
Okay. Okay. Understood.
Yeah.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I don't know if Indrajit wants me to start with the short game, but I can talk about short game. You can mute yourself now. Tavleen has a question. Tavleen, unmute yourself. Yes, Tavleen.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
So apart from the topic to talk about, since you just mentioned about the early release and casting, what are some of the ways, methods, exercises or drills that you use to create more lag for someone and teach them how to create more lag?
See, I mean, yes, of course, that is morning. Indrajit has finally joined. Tavleen has just asked a question about how to give any kind of drills to increase lag. I always believe that if you give your student a sense of the synchronization of the body, where the lower body, the action is going from ground upwards. The problem is always when the student always thinks that the club head has to move first. So any drill of stepping in will help you do a lot of lag. I mean, I always believe anything which is step in hit will help you do lag. In my opinion, that is one of the best. It is the most natural. Try to get the student to do more natural things than anything else. Indrajit, you have any other drill that you'd like to give when if to help somebody do lag?
Yeah, so one of the best drills I find is either when you swing with say an alignment stick and try to create the swish more towards impact than kind of a casting thing. So you hold on to the swish. Another method that we found very useful is teeing up the ball and then maybe hitting 7 irons only using the wrists. So you don't use the body, just use the wrists. That way you can feel how the club head is moving and how you can hold on to the club head. So, but the swish drill I think is probably one of the easiest and you get that feedback of the sound. So when you swish with the alignment stick, that kind of helps a lot.
Good.
Okay.
Lovely. So
thank you.
You're back in the lead, bro.
Maybe so should we start with the short game and then maybe we can take some questions later.
Yeah. I just wanted to, Indrajit, request you that if I could do the biomechanics between 8:30 and 10. I have the help of Deepika at the studio. So,
sure.
We can be a little more interactive there. So we can shift around. So once 8:30, we'll start the biomechanics thing, 8:30 to 9 or whatever. In the meantime, we can start with short game and then do putting post that.
Right, sure. So, like I mentioned that we a lot of us have played golf and a lot of us have played at a decent level, and we have to keep in mind that especially in short game, when we're teaching short game, that everyone may not have that skill to hit that flop shot the way you hit it. So, and then also we have our own ways of playing the entire short game, and we get a little carried away with our own preferences. So preferences are something that we have to be a little careful about, especially in the short game area. And once we have that in mind, then what we need to do is basically understand that the biggest problem for a regular golfer or a club golfer is good contact. Because if you're going to chip, let's say chip or pitch, to get the ball near the hole, the first thing that you have to learn is good contact. I think even for us, even for a good player, the biggest challenge is good contact. And everything we do in chipping and pitching is to basically make sure that we make good contact. So, for example, if you're standing a little narrower, you're standing a little open. So we have to understand that why we are standing a little narrower, why are we standing slightly open with our hips when we are hitting a chip or a pitch shot. So what we are basically doing is trying to simulate the impact position at address. And why is that? Why are we trying to set up in a way where the impact position is simulated? Because then what happens is that your body is moving much lesser, and you can get the club head back onto the ball more consistently. Right? So before we go into really chipping techniques or pitching techniques, we just have to understand the concept, what we are looking at, what we are looking for. So once we figured out that we're going to make good contact, then comes the distance control. Because if I can't make good contact, then it's a non-starter. So the first I have to make good contact, then is the distance control. Now, how do you control distance? A lot of good players control with the feel. So they've got a nice long backswing, and then depending on the length of the shot, he's controlling his downswing. But that's not possible for a regular golfer. So we got to give them. We will not tell them 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, but we will tell them that the length of your backswing is going to decide how far the ball is going to go. So it's the rhythm of your swing which remains constant, and the length creates that momentum, and the length of the backswing is going to basically control the distance. This is mainly for the regular golfers. So once they understand that, they also need to understand that how to practice the short game. The biggest mistake golfers make is that they go to the chipping green, they've got 50 balls, 100 balls, and they're hitting to one flag, and then they're hitting to the second flag. 30 balls to one flag, then the next 30 balls to another flag, and then the next 25 balls to another flag. So after hitting the fourth or fifth pitch shot, the next few shots become automatic. So you're not really learning any distance control. So what we're basically looking to do is to hit to different targets. So when you're practicing short game, you have to make sure that the golfer is hitting to different targets and not just one target continuously. That's one thing. The second thing is the golfers also need to learn to hit chip and pitch shots from different lies. Most people just go on the chipping green, just pull the ball, take a good lie chip, take a good lie chip. So the whole idea is that when somebody is practicing the short game, and club golfers rarely practice chipping. I mean, Amandeep, you will agree that,
Yeah.
very rarely do club golfers practice chipping, and they never practice putting. And they come to you to improve their game, and they say, oh, I want to get better. I'm 15 handicap. I want to play to 9. And then you ask them, what's wrong? Oh, no, I'm coming over the top. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. How many putts? 36 putts, 37 putts allowed. What is your up and down percentage? Maybe 10%.
Indrajit, I have a, okay, I'm just going to add in between, like you said about,
Yeah, please.
yeah, go ahead. So, psychology of club golfers, and I always, I'm a player who has suffered putting yips, I have suffered chipping yips, and I have overcome them. So, I'm quite qualified as to tell you that because my in-depth study about the short game and putting, because I had the yips, has been pretty in depth, and that's why I'm always never confident of talking about chipping and putting because I could bring in my hangover to a chipping lesson, but yes, I'll tell you a lot. So why do club golfers don't do putting and why do club golfers don't do chipping? I promise you, and that's my opinion, and you guys could be different. They are not good enough in chipping and putting, and they make a mess of themselves. So when they go to the chipping area, they don't want to be topping, shanking when their friend is watching them, which is why they don't chip, and they're not having fun when they are chipping. And when they go to the putting green, I mean, obviously, just putting is not fun. So we are not creating an issue um, where we are making putting fun. So they're not having matches. Thanks. 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 Thank you. So in my opinion, I think it's our duty as teachers to try and make all that fun. So they are not practicing enough because they're not having fun. So trying to tell them of certain ways of how to chip and how to make chipping fun that should be our goal to do it. So going back to what Indrajit was saying regarding chipping, if we can explain the concept of chipping. Yesterday we talked about levers. We talked about levers. So that's one lever. And if you can just, go, okay. So I can see myself a little better. I don't know. Okay. If everybody can see me, can everybody see me clearly? Okay. So we talked about two levers. You see that's one lever and that's the other lever. Now, what are we trying to do in chipping? We are trying to reduce power. So what happens with most players and what is that they are not moving this lever and they tend to move only just this lever because they find that the shot is too small. So they don't need to move, they don't want to move any of the body because people are telling them to have a stable body, to have a small shot. So they tend to use this lever in chipping. And that is where the problem begins. So this is one of the problems which leads to bad contact, bad chipping, bad everything. Because you have started to use this lever. Now you can't release this lever because there is no body action. So what you tend to do is you have a tendency of moving backwards. So from here, you have moved this lever and then you go backwards. So then they go to a feeling of absolutely tight here. And now that there is no feeling. So we need to understand and try to tell them is that, or teach them how to get into a chipping action which takes away this lever as much as possible. When we are trying to tell them to stop using this lever, we need to help them relax their grip, relax their forearm, and relax their shoulder, where they will be able to swing the club without using the lever. So we are trying to make sure that their body and their arms and hands and the club head are pretty much moving with the same rotational speed. It can't be the same speed because obviously the club is further away from the body. It can't be the same linear speed, but the same rotational speed. I guess you understand what is rotational speed. So this point, your chest point, your hips, everything is moving at a very same rotational speed to ensure that the club head is in front of you. I don't know why I'm getting a screen problem. Sorry, guys. Let me get back to this view. Okay. Right? So that is where we need to ensure. So we want to tell every player to make sure they are using very little levers initially when they want to start chipping. And that will help them start to get better impacts. And that will help them start to understand more distance. And they will start. So why are we telling them to make their stance smaller? We are trying to tell them because we need less power. You must remember, when the system is wide, is power. When the system is narrow, it's finesse. You know, anything when we thread a needle, we contract. When we want to show power, we expand. So it's a very similar thing that we do. Anytime we want finesse, we contract the system. And whenever we want power, we want width. So we want reduction of power, which is where we shorten the system, we bend a little more, and that's why we also tell people shorten the lead handle, the grip at the lower part, because we want to shorten the system as much as we can and ensure that the bigger muscles are ground upward motion is controlling the action of chipping. Got it? Okay, Indrajit, I hope I've said enough. If anybody has questions. Like I said, I don't want to talk too much. Where's you, Indrajit? Oh, he's left again. Okay, anybody have questions on this, or shall I continue? Okay, I'm going to continue because I think we lost Indrajit again. So as far as chipping is concerned, then you need to tell them the biggest key that the amateurs don't understand is bounce.
So can I?
Sorry.
Can I come in?
Okay, Anoop's question. Anoop has put his hand up. Go ahead, Arun.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
First of all, I would like to thank Chirag for a beautiful video which he shared.
Okay.
So just to continue on chipping, two things which I generally use is I also make my students have their weight little favoring the lead foot. So basically the low point is always just ahead of the where the ball's bottom is. So they catch it the ball first and then the ground.
Yes, those are very good preferences to have. Those are very good preferences to have. No problem in preferences. Those are very good preferences to have. But
yes, sir. And one more preference which I give them is to keep the toe down and heel up. So there's less interaction with the ground.
Yes, toe down, heel up. Yes, those are good. Those are good things to absolutely good things to do. Like I explained to you guys, that I see so many people and so many students. People are giving them ideas about making sure that their center is on top of the ball and ahead. So a lot of people also say, okay, lift your leg and stand on the left, things like that. So very good. Those are absolutely perfect things. But I've seen so many times that people, even when they're leading left, they're, when they're getting into the shot, they are like that. So, I mean, we've lost the purpose completely. So I'll tell you where that stems from, Anoop. Sorry if I can interject. Where that stems from is, even when you do this, you have not moved this.
Yes, sir.
You have just moved the club head. So you forget that from here, I need to move. I need to stop this lever. I need to move to form a action which is going to be more bigger muscle oriented, and I tend to become twitchy so I move the club head and no motion here. When you guys are teaching, and this is just one of the ways that I'm saying, look at how much the hand moves. When the guy is chipping, how much is this moving? This is moving a lot. This is moving very little. And that is the cause of most of the people getting bad impacts, because they go like this and then they want to scoop it, or is too, there's not enough time. They lose the time. So you need to make sure they are doing an action where the wrists are soft, the muscles in the wrists are soft, the muscle in the arm is soft, which is ensuring that the action is coming from the bigger muscle. So when we say we tighten each of the joints, what are we doing? We are actually short circuiting. You see, the flow of power is always coming ground up. Any action, forces, how we understand forces, we are using the ground to create forces. Always. We're always using the ground to create forces. So when I tighten something, I'm short circuiting it. So the force stops and then something else will start to twitch. Have you understood? So if I use a softer muscles through the short, I'm allowing the forces to flow easily to the club head, the amount that I want to use.
Sir, just a small input to this.
Yes.
Wherein when we talk about people kind of trying to scoop the ball and going backwards. So
Yes.
I give a feeling like if you are stacked onto the left side, to make sure until impact and finish, you keep feeling the same weight distribution.
Yeah, of course. That's a very good thought. Absolutely.
So just to come in,
yes.
see, it's okay. It's okay to be stacked left and have your weight forward, ahead of center. But we also have to keep in mind that a little bit of the concept has evolved over time, where we were looking to come steep into the ball to hit chips. Now, let's say you have a relatively good lie. I'm not talking about a lie where your ball is sitting down. But if you are going to come steep into the ball, your margin for error is reduced, because just imagine the bottom of a V is a point, whereas the bottom of a U is a wider space. So coming very steep into the ball is something that we learned when we were kids. We were told that you got to come trap the ball, catch the ball first. Of course, we have to catch the ball first, but by doing that, we just kept moving our center forward and then coming steep into the ball. And if you don't make perfect contact, you're going to either duff it or top it. So you want to be a little more even. You want your divot has to be a little shallower. You don't want to dig into your chips, and that is something that we have to be aware of. You mentioned that a lot of people, 99% of club golfers scoop the ball when they chip, because we talked about this in the last 2 days, that the golf club is built with a loft, whereas every other sporting equipment is flat, right? A cricket bat, a hockey stick. So subconsciously, when you're hitting a chip shot, golfers don't realize that the loft of the club is going to do the job, and they try to lift the ball up with their hands by scooping it. And that is where we need to explain to our students that you need to just hit the ball neutral, so that the loft of the club does the job. Once you allow the loft of a club do the job, I think it makes things a lot easier. We will obviously take some more questions. We would like others.
Indrajit, sorry, I'm just going to come in and explain a little bit about the bounce, because I feel that that's something that we never.
Yeah, that's my second point. That was my second point. So Amandeep, you go ahead. If required, I'll come into the bounce, because bounce is a very crucial.
It's a very crucial part, and I think we as teachers, and I see so many, and we are one community. We are unable to explain to the students, because if I always ask them, what is the bounce, and they always tell me, that's the bounce. So they think that this broad part of the sand wedge is the bounce, and the broader this part, the bottom part, or the flange, which we call it, is the broader it's the bigger the bounce. So, that's not what the bounce is. The bounce is because the sand sand wedges, we have now 50 to 60 degree sand wedges. The sand wedges club is unique because if we call this front edge as the leading edge, so if you see the bottom, if this is the leading edge, sorry, can you see? That's the leading edge and that's the trailing edge. Okay. So the bottom has two edges. That's the leading edge. That's the trailing edge, right? So if that is the leading edge and that's the trailing edge, in a sand wedge, the trailing edge, if you see the design, and if I put it on a flat, the trailing edge is below the leading edge. The trailing edge is below the leading edge. Yeah, I always use the example of an aeroplane where the undercarriage, the wheels which are over the wings, that's the undercarriage. The undercarriage comes in, so the plane, when it's landing, the undercarriage under the wings takes first. Sorry, Angelina. There you go. So that's a nice visualization of bounce. So if you can see that very clearly, the leading edge and the trailing edge, the angle formed between the leading edge and the trailing edge is the bounce. So if you have a 10-degree bounce, that angle that is made with the horizontal is the bounce. So when you have a low bounce or a high bounce, so you like I said, we want to use, depending upon the golf course that we are playing on, depending on the sand in the bunkers. If it is soft sand, we want to use higher bounce, because we want to have the trailing edge coming in and making impact with the ground or sand. So when we are making a shot, we are using the bounce. And that's the reason, guys, why, like Indrajit said, we don't want to come steep. Because when we come steep, we are bringing in the leading edge into the ground. When we are coming in shallow, we are landing like a plane lands. So we are improving the chances of the club coming into and getting the bounce and ensuring that we have a higher margin for error than when we are coming in steep. I'm not saying steep shouldn't be played. There are people who play steep and they are great chippers. So like I say, if somebody is doing it well, I don't want to fix it. Nothing which is broken shouldn't be fixed. But if somebody is coming in and having problems, my suggestion would be, like Indrajit said, come in as shallow as possible. Teach them, give them analogies like sweeping, jhadu marna. So almost sweeping. So try and tell them that they need to start landing their club on the ground much before the ball. So it should be almost like coming in and having a bigger U onto the action than coming in steep. So coming in steep, again, if you use the lever, bigger chance of coming in steep. You see, if I use this lever, I have a bigger chance of coming steep. But if I take that lever out, my center of the swing becomes this. So that's becoming the center of the swing, helping me come in as shallow as possible, which will help. The other thing, what people tend to do or make a mistake when they are stacked left is that they don't understand that they need to come shallow. So what do? When they try to come shallow, they get their body going backwards. So you need to explain to them that is not coming back shallow. Shallow is anything which is coming in from this side. So if you're stacked like this and you're coming in from the inside, you are in a shallow way. Have you understood? I hope you're getting what I'm saying. So people tend to stack on the left and then come steep. You got that? And then from here, if you want to tell them to actually come shallow, they should be actually coming in almost with the feeling of their right elbow bent, coming into the shot. than the shoulder coming in through. Go ahead, Indrajit.
So just going on with the bounce, I think bounce is a very, very key factor in teaching and understanding short game, because also what happens is when we hit a flop shot. Now, let's talk about the flop shot. The biggest challenge in a flop shot is to get the leading edge of the club under the ball. And why is that? Because when you're hitting a flop shot, you're opening up the club face. And as you open the club face, you're increasing the bounce. And a good flop shot player is someone who, a good short game player reads the lie very well. This is something that, we don't stress on, but you will see that a good short game player is someone who reads the lie extremely well. Now, the lie of the ball. Now, so when I'm hitting a flop shot, I will first read the lie. If the lie is good, then I can open the club as much as I want. But if the lie is not good, I have to make sure that when I open the club head, the club face, the leading edge, because of the bounce getting increased, should be able to get under the ball. If I can't get the leading edge under the ball, the flop shot is not on. Right? So understanding the lie in a bunker, there are times when the sand is firm and we open the club face a lot and the shot is sculled. It's almost like the club bounces off the sand. It's because we are not being able to understand how to use the lie of the club. So understanding bounce is very, very important for golfers to actually be able to hit good shots. Amandeep, you want to add something more about bounce?
Okay. So Indrajit said about, why are most people who are chipping opening their club face? Because it's one way to ensure that the bounce comes into play. That's one very good way to ensure. So even when they're in the bunker, the first thing that they say is open the club face. Why are they saying? Because I want the bounce to come into play. When Indrajit said about playing the flop shot, so you guys need to explain. So somebody, when a normal amateur tries to play a flop shot, they don't understand. So if you have a 8 degrees bounce, you want to play with the shaft lean to negate the bounce. So if you don't have a 4-degree bounce sand wedge or a lob wedge, you have a 8-degree lob wedge, 8-degree bounce lob wedge, because you need that for soft sand you can't say that, listen, I can't play a flop shot. Teach them how to use. So if I shaft lean negative, I negate the bounce. You understand? So I'm negating the bounce when I'm doing that. Got it? So those are the things that you can play around with. Forward shaft lean, back shaft lean. Those are the things that you should want to play around and make sure that you teach your player how to play the flop shot. Yeah. Anything else? So somebody said that he says that we ask them to use the toe, so get the heel up. So people who are struggling with the chipping, they normally say that go toe. So the reasons why you must explain to the person that why are we telling them to use toe. So why are we using? Because this is the heavier part of the club. So this tends to do, like if you make toe impacts, you'll tend to get a gearing effect. So you want to feel as dead as possible. Yesterday also I said, you want to reduce the smash factor when you're using chipping to reduce, power so that you can swing faster through the club. So basically what we are doing when we are lifting the heel and bringing the toe into action is we are promoting toe hits. We are reducing the smash factor so that we can use more speed. That's the biggest problem which people are not facing is in chipping, that they are unable to give speed to the club and to send the ball very small distance. So this is one of the reasons. And the second reason why toe chipping is good is because it makes the plane more vertical. It's easier to hit a putter. It's easier to hit a putter and make impact than anything which is angular. We all know that, because the angular plane becomes very difficult to control. And the more vertical the plane, the easier to control, to make impacts. So that's the reason why we tell them. So it's very important to tell them the reason why this is happening.
So two more reasons why we want to hit it off the toe, and having the toe up is because one is it reduces the contact with the ground. So people who tend to duff chips, when they have the toe up, there's only a very little portion of the club which is hitting the ground. So even if it hits it a little behind, it just kind of goes through. So the club doesn't get stuck in the ground. And one of the most important factors when you hit off the toe is it takes the shank out of the equation.
Yeah,
so
exactly. Correct.
People who tend to shank, if they hit the chips of the toe of the club, it really helps. So these two are also big factors. The person who made this technique very famous was Phil Rogers. Phil Rogers is a short game guru, and there was towards the end of Jack Nicklaus's career, Nicklaus was really struggling with his short game, and this kind of revived Nicklaus's short game. This system of having the toe up and hitting chip shots from the toe of the club. Is Gaurav there? Gaurav Ghai? Gaurav, are you there?
Morning, Rojo.
Hi. So to me, I don't think there's anyone who has a better short game than Gaurav. And I've always played golf, visualizing somebody's rhythm, and my short game rhythm has always been around Gaurav's chipping action. So it's like a little bit of a hinge and hold. No, I'm being very honest, Gaurav. So I feel that you have a bit of a hinge and hold kind of action when you chip and pitch. So I would want you to give a little bit, because I don't think I've ever seen anyone chip better than you. Honestly speaking, you played a lot.
I can second and third that. And fourth.
We played a lot of golf with him to know that. So Gaurav, just let's hear your take on chipping and a little bit on your wrist action. Everyone would, I think, benefit from that.
So to start with, I think Amandeep's given a lot of background on the technical side of it, and it's very important for people to understand what the basis is of the short game, the technical side of it. Most of the amateurs, especially club golfers, they think of chipping like a mini swing, which is absolutely far from the truth. So I think that is one thing which for all the teachers, they need to really emphasize, that it's not a mini swing. The short game technique is totally different from what we would use in hitting a golf ball. But other than that, I think what you said in the beginning of this session, the number one thing that we need to work on is contact. Once you have that contact, everything else builds up from there. Your confidence, and short game is all about confidence. Confidence comes from contact. The minute you make good contact, and you're confident of repeating that contact, everything starts building from there. Again, what you said about learning to read the lies. I think the most important part of having a good short game is, after good contact, is learning to read the lies, deciding what shot you should be hitting. Throughout my golfing playing days, one of the reasons I've been able to get the ball up and down is I have, never been ashamed to take out a putter from off the green, if the lie so requires. So you have to go with the shot you're most confident with. And then, going from there, again, what you were talking about practicing, we need to experiment, take 10 balls, spend a couple of hours around the green, hit different shots, hit different clubs. That is how you build feel and touch. And, that'll kind of tell you what shots you are most confident with under pressure, what shots react differently. Aside from the fact that, yes, the technique, most of the amateurs need to work on the technical part of it, but the feel and touch and creativity is what makes the short game, a good short game player, better than the rest. So I like to use this analogy that a really good short game player, when he looks at a shot, it's like he's got a box of chocolates in front of him. He picks whatever chocolate he wants out of that and uses that shot. So the technical side of it, you said very correctly. I like a hinge and a hold method for various reasons. I mean, I don't like to propagate a particular method. Today there's a big thing on social media. Whoever follows golf on social media, they can see there's a big friction between people who are using the bounce to chip and people who are coming very steep. So one of the videos we saw of Joseph Mayo, he's a big proponent of coming very steep into the shot. He's talking about hitting 11-12 degrees down. Whereas the other guy who's very, very popular with the PGA Tour players these days, Parker McLaughlin, who's known as the short game chef, he talks more about shallow. So, for amateurs, for club golfers, I think we should simplify things for them and, just make sure that whatever they're doing, it leads to good contact. Now, 2-3 things we can work on that is, making sure the body doesn't move too much, the weight doesn't move around too much. A simple thing like, for the amateurs is to just get them to get the left hand and the club coming into the ball together. A simple picture. What Amandeep was saying, I totally agree. The biggest problem we see in amateur golfers is the weight going back at impact. So, working on those kind of things. And for me, the hinge and hold does a couple of things which, it makes me stay more centered, whether it's because I, have an easy, backswing, whether it's the fact that I can keep that club outside my hands all the time. And it's just the way I've kind of, learned that method. And I've stuck with it. And I think that's one other thing which I would always like to say, that, there's no right or wrong method.
Yeah.
If
So
something,
Gaurav, can you just give a little more insight on what is the hinge and hold actually? I mean, from your words.
So for me, the simple thing about hinge and hold is that I let that club travel a little bit more than my hands on the backswing. And for me, it just makes it easier for me to feel the club head outside my hands. Because I think in the short game, a lot of times you see the problem happens when the club gets behind your hands. And because we don't have much weight shift, we don't have too much weight transfer. Ideally, we shouldn't have too much weight transfer. We cannot get the club back onto the ball in one smooth action if the club goes behind it. So if the club goes behind our hands, there's only two ways we'll get it back to the ball, either by moving our body or by manipulating it with our hands. If I can get that club more outside on the way back, then I can just in one smooth motion just, come back to the ball. So for me, the hinge and hold, what it does is it makes it easier for me to feel that club in a better position so that I can come back to the ball without really, manipulating too much. One little trick or drill I like to show the amateurs is that if you can take a backswing, hold that position for a couple of seconds, and then hit through the ball, means you're coming in from a pretty good position. And you can repeat that time and again. So for me, just the feeling that I'm taking that club head a little bit more, further away than my hands, gives me a little bit of freedom, gives me a little bit of softness in my hands. Also, it helps me keep my right elbow a little bit more connected going back. And then I just, feel that I'm holding that hinge going through with turning my chest through the shot. And that also, for me, it through the years, whatever, it just has made me feel the distance control much better, because I'm not flipping my hands so much or using my hands so much to hit the ball.
I think that's great insight. And before, I think we keep going, losing time on it. And before we finish this session, I also want to bring in Chirag. But before I bring in Chirag, because Chirag is another great guy who understands short game, I want to bring one, Indrajit, with your permission, I'm going to bring in one part of short game which tends to get overlooked. And I always keep saying yesterday, not day before, when we say that our pre-swing setup is so important. And whenever we say setup in chipping, everybody talks about leaning to the left, and we forget about how far we need to stand from the ball, and that gets overlooked. So more often than not, the amateur is actually sometimes, without realizing, is standing either too far or too close. And so the best way to tell somebody who's playing bad chipping or having problems with chipping, before they start getting innovative and changing distances, because that comes with advanced chipping, is to say that make sure that your ball, the distance between the ball and the toe of your, is staying the same, which makes sure that you are bringing the club back to the same position. And the second thing about setup, which they say, like you don't want, Gaurav said, don't have your weight moving around too much. Start making them aware of where their weight is when they are setting up, and stays true on the same thing. So distance from the ball, how they are setting up, and the weight shouldn't move around, neither backwards, forwards, nor side to side. So those are the two awarenesses. If you can give your student, it will help them ensure that they are making better impacts, because it's better chance for a person to bring the club back to the same place if he or she is standing the same distance. So I don't know if we have time. I want to bring Chirag, because I think he's done a lot of work on short game, worked with a lot of great short game players. Chirag, are you there? Okay. Is Chirag there? No. Chirag?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. Perfect.
So,
Chirag, go ahead.
Just starting off from where Gaurav left it, and I mean, he's obviously been one person who we've sort of grown up seeing in terms of the short game, and otherwise as well. Great hands, played a lot of golf with him. And like Indrajit said, and like he also explained, he uses the hinge and hold method. I'm more of a dead hand sort of guy, where I kind of set up my weight a little bit more in front at the start of the swing, and then I don't really want to use my hands so much. I feel distance better that way. But again, there are some shots that you have to play with a hinge and hold method, and some shots that I prefer playing with a dead hand sort of method. And again, it's a matter of personal preference. And I think I was a lot steeper when I started off, and then when I started playing in Asia, it just kind of I got too much of a dig because I was getting too steep, and that's when I started moving to this dead hand sort of method. So again, there has to be a balancing factor. Like Gaurav said, he sort of moves his body through after he sort of hinges it. So he shallows it out by moving his body better. So for me, if I would hinge it, then I wouldn't be able to move my body well enough to shallow that club. So I would have to release it. And then I didn't want to release it because that was causing a lot of inconsistency. So I would just want to keep it dead hands and sort of make sure that I've got the steepness by setting up ahead, and the dead hand sort of shallows it out. So again, like like Gaurav was saying, there are so many sort of thoughts out there. James Seekman is one of the guys who's very popular as well. Works with a lot of good players, and he actually asks you to sort of load it up and then actually release it, while turning. So that's another different method. Stan Utley is one guy who we've sort of seen as well, who sort of asks you to fold the elbow and then release the club. So there are so many methods out there. But yeah, for me personally, I prefer the dead hand move and setting up, a little bit forward at setup.
Lovely. Okay. Great. Indrajit, you want to finish this session and then we can move on to the biomechanics, and then we kind of
we can get back, because I think short game is something that we discuss a little bit more, and we would like inputs from other teachers here also, because
you want to take a 5-minute break and then start at 8:45.
Sure. Yeah, let's do that.
Is that fine, guys? Where we can set up inside in the gym, in the studio.
Okay.
All right, 5 minutes.
Sure.
Am I visible, Indrajit? Clearly visible and audible?
Yeah.
Okay. Shut this. Okay. Lovely. So this is the studio of Deepika, which is part of my daily routine, and suggest you should tell every student that they should have a physical part as a part of their daily routine, because I'm going to start with, it's an important issue because there are a lot of players who come to us, and most of the problems that most amateurs that or club level golfers and even more accomplished golfers come is that they are hitting slices. They're coming over the top, hitting slices, coming over the top, hitting slices. And they have elbows problem, they have lower back problem, they have knee problem. So these are the main problems, cervical problem in the neck. So these are the issues that they come with. And we as coaches need to first understand, not for the sake of relieving them of their pain, because what happens is golf is an action where there is a lot of rotation. There is a lot of most of the joints are working, and the joints need to be efficient. So in golf, all the joints, be it toes, be it ankles, be it knees, be it hips, be it your thoracic, be it your shoulders, your elbow, your wrist, your neck, everything is moving. And if a person has some kind of physical issues, they're going to be either making compensations, or they are going to be unable to do that action which you're wanting them to do. We are always wanting them to swing the club on the plane. We are always wanting them to make a nice body turn. We are always wanting to, there are so many actions that we are trying to tell them. And we as coaches, if we don't understand first the anatomy, why are things happening, we'll be unable to actually give them a solution which is easier than telling them to change their swing. Because I'll come to that, because there's so many times that if I can fix them physically, which is far easier than fixing a golf swing. Let me tell you, to fix a golf swing is the toughest thing, because it needs to get into some kind of a memory, a sense, and it takes a long time. The feelings change. So I feel that if I can change a person's physical ability, I have a better chance of fixing that person's swing. And I'm purely talking from experience, because I've tried so hard to tell them to change a swing, and it's not possible. It's because it requires thousands of hitting balls and hours of practice. So let me give you a rundown on what the anatomy is, how the human body works. The human body is made up of alternating mobile and stable joints. So if this is a mobile joint, which is your wrist, your elbow is a stable joint, your shoulder is a mobile joint. If we go down, we have the ankle, which is a mobile joint. We have the knee, which is a stable joint. Stable joint means it's moving only in one plane, whereas a mobile joint is moving in all kinds of directions. Hip is a mobile joint. The lumbar spine is a stable joint. The lumbar spine is the lower spine, where people have all the issues. The thoracic spine is a moving joint. The upper thoracic, the cervical spine, is a stable joint. The neck is a mobile joint. See that? And then so on and so forth. So if you just go back, where are the pains coming? The pains are coming in only stable joints. The pain is coming in the knee, so that's a stable joint. Between the ankle and the hip. The pain is coming in the elbow. It's a stable joint between the wrist and the shoulder. The pain is coming in the lower back. It's a stable joint between the hip and the thoracic spine, the T-spine. So clearly there is a pattern that the pain is coming in the stable joint. Now we go into why, when the mobility in the mobile joint goes down. So if my hip mobility is down and or my thoracic mobility is down, I will have pain in my lower back. So if I want to fix somebody's lower back pain, I tell them, go and get mobility in your, take care of your mobile joint, which is your hip. So get mobility, get better muscle formation in and around the hips, which could be your glutes, your gluteus medius, your gluteus maximus, your quads, all the muscles which are around the hip. We get the mobility, we get the flexibility by getting better kind of muscles and strength around the hip joint or the thoracic spine, and his or her lower back pain will go. In the same way, elbows. A lot of people suffer from tennis elbow, which they call. Of course, local mobility is very important to take care. So you go to a physiotherapist, he gives you a nice massage. You go back to the golf course, comes back again. What is the problem? The problem is either in your wrist or your shoulders. So we need to fix either the shoulder, shoulder and wrist. So look at the mobility in the wrist and look at the mobility in the shoulder, and the elbow pain will stop recurring, right? So these are the issues which I want you guys to understand, that rather than having a person injured and coming with the lower back and telling him that, continue playing, I'd rather send him first to a physiotherapist, explain to him what's going on, and then tell him, okay, get your body first in order before you start to play. Because when you play in pain, you aggravate it. So you see so many people using their belt to play, saying, ab ye back pain ke saath jeena padega, ab belt se khelenge. It's actually going to aggravate it, because what is the belt basically doing is trying to immobilize this area, and he's actually going to hurt it much more, or not be able to play as well. So I'd rather that you tell them to get fit and then come back, and then it's easier to play golf than suffer a back issue, right? So hip mobility, shoulder mobility, wrist mobility, ankle mobility, those are very important aspects. Neck. So neck is a very important part in a golf swing. So if you see the neck, if I say the backswing is actually when the neck goes all the way here, and that's your back. Excuse me. See, that's the back. That's what's happening to the neck in the backswing. That's your backswing. And what's happening in the follow through? The neck is doing an action like this. That's your follow through. So the neck is almost doing a 180 in a golf swing. So if you have any time a problem with my neck, not only the mobility, I need strength, because I need to be able to, the neck muscles have to be able to control the action of your head. And if you are unable, and you know that a moving head is something which is not ideal for golf, we would like to have a very stable neck through the shot. So not to be able to, you see, you find a lot of amateur golfers kind of tend to do that, and they always say, oh yeah, aise feel hua ki head up ho gaya, because they are unable to swivel through because of neck immobility and neck lack of strength. And that's the key issue that we need to tell them that. But the first thing is we need to be able to pick it. So when we are taking a video, start to see what that person is doing. Is he unable to? First check them out whether they are able to have a nice neck rotation, because that will help you make sure that they are having a better backswing, and then they are be able to have a better follow through. So neck is something which we need to ensure. The second thing which I see a lot in people these days, I know we won't be able to cover every issue, but I would like to show you guys a video of a person, but I'm going to ask Angelina to play that video. Angelina, can you play that video that I sent you?
Yes, sir, playing it.
First, it's going to be have to done slowly, so I'll keep telling you when to stop and when to play it again. He's a very dear friend of mine. Okay, just stay, pause. Can you see this? He's a very dear friend of mine at Delhi Golf Club. And can you see how rounded his back is? I think you can almost have a look at. That's an impossible way for him to make a good golf swing. So what did we do? Let's just play it a little bit, Angelina, and go to the top of the backswing. Could you play it a little bit? Okay, so slowly. Okay, yeah. Go to the top of the backswing. Stop. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead. Just keep playing. It'll go to the top of the backswing, and then you can pause it there. I know it's a little difficult because you'd rather have slow-mo, but we'll try. Doesn't matter. Go for it. Okay, good. Beautiful. Can you just hold it here? Can you see how his right elbow is already starting to flare? He's taken it so steep on the back. He has a decent mobility in the hips, if you can see, but almost no mobility in his right shoulder because of the rounding of the back, if you can see very clearly. Go ahead a little bit more, Angelina. Okay, oh, stop. A little before, if you can. Just take the cursor and move it a little bit, if you can. Okay, go up, back, a little bit more back. Yes, more back. Yes. Yeah, stop. Okay. Now, do you see how he's gone across terribly and how his right shoulder is hiking? And he's unable to because he has no external rotation in his shoulder. It's impossible to have an external rotation in his shoulder because of his rounded back. So this is clearly an issue of go a little more, come down. A little more, Angelina. Coming down, see how steep he would bring it? No, you've gone to the end. Okay, a little back. Just, okay, a little back. Just a tad, once, sorry, I know it's very difficult. It's very difficult to control the cursor. Just to, on the way back, on the way down. Okay, there. That just hold it there. No, just the back, just a little back. A little back, tad back. Okay, little, just one more. Okay, perfect. Okay, can you see how steep he's coming into the shot? And however much, that's fine, Angela. Thank you, Angelina. Just keep it held there. That's all I need. So I'm just trying to explain to you guys is because of his rounded back, he has gotten into this poor position while going back and while coming through. So he came to me with poor contacts, with terribly heel impacts, fading, slicing, unable to control, no flight. He was hitting his driver, say about 8 or 10 degrees, 8 degrees above the ground. So, low, skanky, left to right, ugly shots. And he used to be a good player. So in his younger days, he was a good player. And now he is unable to break 95. And he's, that frustration, loves the game, frustration levels were so high that, he came to me and says, you know what, I just can't get rid of this stupid. So his driver was the biggest problem because obviously when the driver, as the club becomes, the club becomes longer, the plane has to be shallower, and it was not possible for him physically. So I sent him out to Deepika, and I said, let's start working on his rounded back and rotation in his shoulders. So Deepika, can you just help? I'm going to introduce you to Deepika, and can you just help us what you did with our friend here? I'm not going to take his name, but just to say what. Just say hi to everyone.
Hi,
that's
everyone.
Deepika, okay?
Okay. So yeah, if I wouldn't go very technical in terms of terminology, but if you have a rounded back, if you're that means your T-spine rotation is very restricted, right? The scapula has moved up and forward, and the shoulders are rounded now. They look more rounded, but T-spine, it is more the function of the rib cage and the T-spine being stuck in a position. So what we do is mostly get this straightened up and create rotation in the T-spine. So Abhi, the client of mine, if he is stuck in the T-spine, he is mostly rotating from his lumbar. So this is stuck and he is mostly rotating from here rather than rotating from here. So ye zyada move karta hai. Lower part, lumbar is rotating more.
So I don't know if you guys saw that client was actually doing very decent movement in his hips.
Yeah.
But he was unable to do anything on the top, which is exactly what she's saying. I didn't say it to her, but she's saying it, that very good motion in the lower because he's using that part, but unable to move his thoracic spine and also his shoulders. Go ahead. We just tell him a couple of exercises which he did, how did you handle it. It's nice to, you want to use that. Okay. So she's just going to probably show you a couple of exercises. I'll bring that. I'll bring it there. So, just to treat, how do we treat a person? So that's one of the rollers that she uses.
You can use a thin roller.
Thin roller.
But not. So first thing is to decompress the spine. The decompressing of the spine is when we lie down vertical on it. After lie down vertical on it, you can take any roller actually. If you don't have this roller, you can take any roller, just lie down vertical on it.
So if you tell the client just to lie down flat on a roller like this and see how she's put her hands out, and she's trying to just try to decompress the spine in a manner. So somebody who comes with that kind of a problem will have, can you just show what the person would be? You see how far the elbows are from the ground? You see, most people will have elbows there, and where they should be is all the way down. So if you have a nice external rotation in the shoulder, you will be able to put your hands down and lie relaxed on the ground. So that's the first step of ensuring. Thanks, Deepika. First step of ensuring that the right that the spine gets decompressed and the shoulders start to open. So also these issues are also happening with a lot of people because they're using the laptop. So they're becoming more round. You're using the phone. So the upper traps are more activated, the upper traps, and the lower traps, which is the teeth trap 3, lower traps are very deactivated. So that is the main thing that is happening with, do you have the rubber band? The rubber band for the fingers that you wanted to show for the joint. That's okay. That's a very good. Whatever. So that's one of the things that we were saying. So basically, I'll come back later on that. So we want to make sure that the person's muscles are opening up. So what do we tell our students first? So basically what we are trying to tell them, how does a muscle work? If we try to strengthen a muscle, so if a muscle is something like this, you see, you got this thing. So if the muscle is usually like this, and this is how tight the muscle is. So we would like the student first to do an activation. So if you look at the hip joint, now how do I open the hip joint? Now the muscle is really tight. Do you want to explain this? I think you can do it better. Okay, go.
Hindi or English?
Anything.
English is better. Oh, perfect. So suppose this is the muscle. This is a rubber band. Oh, it's not very visible. I'll just take 2. Yeah.
Take this. It's fine.
This is a rubber band, and this is your joint. So let's talk about this particular client.
Shoulder joint.
The rib cage, right? So what we usually do is, if you're feeling tight, we say, okay, go and release it. Fine. We release it. We release the muscle around the joint. We've released it and it comes back. That is what mostly 90% of the cases, they go in for releases, deep tissue massages, physiotherapy, chiropractic, manipulations and releases. So now we've released the muscle, but it comes back. The effect will last you for a day, maximum a day, or a couple of hours to a day. So we've released the muscle, but it comes back and the joint is again stuck. So what we need to do is we need to strengthen the muscle or activate the muscle. So the moment we start activating the muscle, it knows I need to move, I need to move, I need to strengthen, I need to strengthen. And here, when it is strengthened, it has opened up the joint. So similarly, the rib cage or the T-spine. So over here, or the shoulders or the posterior, getting this back. So over here, we are mostly strengthening the lower traps, strengthening the rhomboids, strengthening the levator scapula. All the muscles on your back, upper back, need to be strengthened to get it back, not released and feel, because this feeling is so tight, you want to release it, but it needs strengthening to come back in posture and then mobility. So this is a very good example. You try it on your own, you will know what it means. You release a muscle, it comes back, but if you keep strengthening the muscle, it stays. And the joint opens up finally, the segments open up.
Thanks. So just to put it again, what she was trying to do and probably put it in a different language is that, most players say, okay, I went to physiotherapy, they went go have a nice massage, feel great that, that physiotherapist is really good, that massage therapist is really good. So basically what Deepika was trying to say is that what has happened at that point of time is the physiotherapist has opened up or released the muscle for a little while. And because the muscle doesn't have the flexibility or the strength to stay in that manner, so that the joint can move within that position. So if you see the hip joint, if this muscle is released a little bit, the hip joint will start moving. And then after a while, a couple of hours, it comes back to the same thing. So what do we need to do? We need to ensure that the quality of the muscle, so the length of the muscle and the strength of the muscle needs to be moving. So activations is something which is very important. So you need to go to a trainer or an exercise or a corrective exercise specialist to ensure that the quality of muscle is improved, not just strengthening of it. So all of this is very important in ensuring that the joint is starting to get its mobility back. It's getting the muscles around it are then strengthened to ensure that the muscle holds the joint and the joint is being able to move and have the mobility that it used to have, or before it became bad. So the mobility is going away because we are not ensuring that the quality of the muscle around the joint is good enough. And that's why weight training, mobility exercises are something which you need to tell your clients that they must do if they are not playing great golf. So in the same way, if I can explain, hinging of the wrist, cupping of the wrist, there is a lot of people, if you tell them, listen, I need you to do a flat wrist when you're coming in, but they are unable because the wrist joint does not have that mobility for them to do a pronation, you see, and to be like this on top. So you want them to be exactly straight, but they are unable. So help them in the mobility, help them in the strengthening of that, and they will become better. So internal rotation of the hip is another very important aspect, especially in the backswing. So if I don't have internal rotation of my hip in the backswing, I will not be able to complete my backswing. I will then start to sway. So you have a lot of people who have sway problems, slide problems. So sway on the backswing, slide on the back. They say, listen, unable to turn, that is because they have very poor mobility in their hips. And we tell them, oh, we have a very short backswing because they have very poor mobility, internal rotation in their hips, very poor mobility in their thoracic spine, unable to do anything of that sort. So these are the things that we need to work around. I'm going to open the floor to some questions so that if people have any questions, I would like to answer them. That way the session becomes more interactive. I can provide a lot of information because this is an aspect which I have studied a lot, worked a lot, and somebody's put in hands. Sanjay, go ahead. Okay, Sanjay, go ahead.
Good morning, sir, and good morning to all. And it's the session has been very nice for last 2 days, and having Gaurav sir and Chirag sir and Chimi and Sandeep also has been very good. And I have a question for this C posture, that example you put right now. For your friend who had a C posture, or we can see a curve back at the address, and he was unable to rotate the shoulders. And the exercise that Deepika ji showed right now. So let us say this is a roller and this is the player, and extending the T spine. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Deepika ji, good morning.
Morning.
Yeah. So I have a question. Like some player comes in the morning in a lesson, in the range. So generally we will not be able to carry this, or he is not there, but he's come there and we want to help them because he has come for a 30-minute, 40-minute class. So instead of doing this, we can recommend that he can buy a roller and do this regularly to strengthen, as Amandeep sir said, length of the muscle and strength of the muscle is important. And partial release, like the use it with the rubber band, is not a permanent solution. He needs a good solution so that he goes back to the coach, or he goes to different coaches, but he is happy. As a coach, we want to make that sure. So if the roller is here and the person, let us say this is the person, and he's extending his chest and lying like that. Generally, as coach, as my part of thing, I carry this ball in my bag always. So can you hear me? Yeah.
Yes.
So if we put this ball on a wall somewhere near the range and ask him to do some little bit of rolling this way, is it going to help? We can recommend this.
Yeah, you can recommend this. This is a release. But I'm going to teach you, if you want to learn, I'm going to teach you one activation for it so that the release stays. Are you okay with it?
Yes. Yeah, fine. Absolutely fine.
She'll show you one of the activations so that the release that the person has done. So basically, when you're lying down on the roller, she's only decompressing it and releasing it a little bit. Right?
Okay.
The same thing with the ball, you're doing that. You're releasing the muscle a little bit. Now she's showing an activation of the same muscles. So she's got a band. So she's got a
soft band.
Very soft band, just tied to anything. You're right here.
Oh. So this is a very soft band. You can just pull it around the pole or whatever you have at the golf at the range.
Right.
It's a very soft band because you hold the elbow and the shoulder at 90-90.
Okay. Can you see? This is at 90. Can you see that's at 90 and this is at 90. So she's purely at 90 and 90.
So I take the shoulder up at 90 and bring the
elbows at 90. Yes.
The wrist is stable.
So the wrist is very stable.
This wrist is doing that or doing this. The wrist is stable, palms are facing down, and I just walk back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, without losing the 90-90 position. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Don't lean back. You can't be leaning back in this. The idea is to keep the body straight, the rib cage over the pelvis. 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
So she's very gently walking back to ensure that the muscle stays. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's an isometric hold. It's an isometric hold of the muscle which we want to strengthen. to get the ribcage back and the C posture to come in neutral.
Okay, this opens up the scapula also, looks like.
Yes.
This opens up the scapula also.
Yeah, so the scapula in this case, in a C posture is already very open. It brings it back to position.
Okay.
So it is already very apart away from the spine. So there is a 3-finger distance from where the scapula should be. So it is already away. So we need to get it back.
So you don't need to open the scapula. Actually, the scapula is already open in a T-spine. You see the distance बहुत बढ़ गया है. So we need to actually reduce the distance between the scapula. So if you look at her, I need to bring the scapula back so that the posture becomes a little better.
Okay. Got it. It is expanded. We need to bring it back.
It's
बड़ा हो गया है, छोटा करना है. Yeah, got it. It is like this expanded. You want to bring it back.
The word is retracted, and then you need to protract it.
Okay. Nice. Very well explained, because this is a common problem, not only with beginners, with a good player also, because they practice a lot, and ये बहुत होता है.
Okay, one more exercise she would like to show is for this same thing is a shoulder shrug.
Just basic shoulder shrug, without any weights in hand, on body weight shoulder shrugs. So this also gets moving up and down.
Okay.
Yeah, just shoulder shrugs. So you're bringing the shoulders to the ears without using any of this. Just shoulder shrug. Shoulder to the ear and down. Shoulder to the ear and down.
Yes. So if the person can do it 10-15 times on the range, and if you have a band with you in your training equipment, you will be able to activate the person's that area and have that person's muscles working in a better fashion, and you'll be able to see that the person has immediately improved a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to make a huge difference, but the person's going to, because if we are going back, that if we are not making these corrections, he's going to start making compensations, and we know that somewhere down the line that person is going to, because it's impossible to hit the shot when the shaft is this vertical. So what is he going to do? He's actually going to do something with his hands and forearms to ensure that he's going to shallow out, because his shoulder is already doing that. So look at the compensation this guy is going to make to bring the club to the ball. So can you imagine if I have your shoulder stuck like this and now tell you to hit a ball, it's going to be almost impossible to hit the ball, and his levels of compensation are going to become huge, leading to bad habits in the hand, in the forearm. So he's going to be wanting to do things like that, and it becomes a bigger mess.
So it will affect the in-swing principles. Simple.
Absolutely, all kinds. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Harshesh, can you unmute yourself? Harishesh Mahananda, unmute yourself.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Sir, I have a lot of students, like club golfers. They have generally issues with their lumbar spine and even their elbows. So can you give us some exercises which can help them out?
Deepika. Okay, sure. Hips, like I said, Anup, lumbar spine means hips problem, elbows mean hips problem, thoracic spine problem. Elbow means shoulder, wrist, either or both. So these are the exercises we should be looking at.
It's a problem, lumbar spine.
Lumbar. So lumbar spine and elbow. So he's saying just a couple of exercises. So you can normally hip and thoracic spine both. So hip, I don't know.
First, we need to assess.
Assessment is very important.
Assessment is very important. You can't be guessing what is happening. So because right now I'll be guessing if the lumbar spine is in pain or is it restricted. I don't know. What is the question?
Assess. So okay, let's go back to assessment. Assessment means, So if his lumbar spine is hurting, means either the hip or the thoracic spine. So we know that TPI, I don't know if people have done the TPI, we assess by doing how much of rotation we have in the hip. You see that? When we sit and do that, right? Or you can stand and do.
So what is happening? No, I'll let you
I'll
do
put
it.
it on this thing.
What is happening? Can I have the question again? What is happening in the lumbar?
Yes, ma'am. First of all, good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for the beautiful insights which you are giving to us.
You're welcome.
So my question is, I have a lot of club golfers which face issue with their lumbar spine and elbow. So can you give us some exercises?
Okay, so what is the issue in the lumbar spine? Is there pain?
Yeah, it's the pain and stiffness and lumbar spine, and in elbow, most of the time they have that pinching kind of pain.
Tennis elbow.
Kind of tennis elbow. Maybe tennis.
Go ahead.
So lumbar spine, again, take a roller. First release the lumbar spine. Get down there. Just release. So we take the roller and keep it under behind your belly button. Okay. And try and drop the knees. So this will first release your lumbar spine. Mostly people are not able to take their glutes to the floor. 90% of the people who are tight in the lumbar spine, they have this lifted, there's a gap here. So we need to try and mobilize the lumbar spine by doing this with breathing. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. So first we release that. Then like I said, I'm guessing that the hips are tight, the hip joint is tight. So we sit in a 90-90 position. Is everyone aware of a 90-90 position? This is a 90-90 position. So I have my back leg and the knee at 90 degrees, and the front leg, the thigh bone and the knee at 90 degrees. Is everyone aware of this position? This is a 90-90 position to open up the hip joint.
Okay. Go ahead.
The left hip is opening in external rotation and the right hip here is opening in internal rotation. Mostly people are not able to do it, they're falling. They're falling on the left side. They're generally falling on the left side. What you need to actually arrive is this position. Yeah? So I rotate myself, get my hands in Spider-Man, and my chest is over this thigh. So my chest has rotated upon this thigh, and I'm facing this side. So this is the 90-90 position which your client needs to achieve to reduce the pain and stiffness in the lumbar spine. An easier version is this. Knees apart.
It's okay. They'll be able to see it.
And drop the knee. Drop the right knee to the floor without lifting the hip. Now gently drop the left knee to the floor without lifting it. Good. Drop the right knee. I think you should be doing it with me. Drop the right knee on the floor. It's a very easy exercise. Before 90-90, just you guys try it and tell your clients to do it every day. Inhale, drop the right knee to the floor without lifting the right hip. Inhale, drop the left knee to the floor without lifting the left hip. So this opens up your hip capsule, hip joint, everything. This is for the lumbar spine.
Yes.
One question on this. What is the general pattern for inhale and exhale while doing this exercise?
While dropping?
Yeah.
Drop is inhale, coming out is exhale. Drop is inhale, coming out is exhale. Because with every drop, we are expanding. So wherever there is expansion, you take the breath there. So, this is a little more higher level, but I'm just telling you the basic funda is whenever you drop, there is expansion and you breathe in.
Can I come in just 1 second? I think there's 7 people who have their hands up. So Amandeep, I think what we'll do is we will just ask all the 7 people to quickly give their questions. Then maybe a lot of it will come, and then you can take over from there.
All right.
So everybody, just have your questions quickly.
Go ahead.
One by one. Angelina, can you just take everyone one by one?
Sure. Full sound cancel.
Go ahead, Selva.
Hi, sir. Good morning, Aman, sir. Dajit, sir. And good morning to everyone. I've been raising the hands till day one. I'm unlucky to get a chance, at least, and just now I got it. And some of them got a lot of chances, like Sanjay and Anup. Sir, I was raised the hand when we are sharing about our shipping. So it is the right time to share that or discuss about
The moment this is over, your question will be the first one to be taken.
that. And also the day one, I was raised the hands when Rahul students had some this thing. I want to discuss on that. But anyway, after the session, as you said, after the session, please give me a chance, sir. I'd like to.
You'll be the first one to go. Next.
Thank you so much.
Mahesh, can you hear me? Mahesh Kumar from Chandigarh, CGA. Okay, he's gone away. Mahesh? Okay. Who else? Anybody else? Please go ahead, unmute yourself. Ashu Kohli.
Angelina, can you just take charge of this and just run through everyone one by one?
Yes, sir, doing that only.
Yeah. Mahesh ko pehle bula lo. I don't know why he's not unmuted.
Take their names and do it.
They're not listening to me.
Good morning, sir. Are you hearing me, sir?
Yeah. Can you hear? Go ahead. Voice is very bad. Signal is very bad.
Sir, he was himself again.
Are you? Are you hearing? Hello.
Okay, Mahesh, go ahead now.
Yes, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, I teach lots of old people. They come and take a lesson because I see they have lots of flexibility in the lower body, but if I tell them to turn the upper body, they have no flexibility in the upper body to turn. So, could you suggest me some exercise so that I teach them? Because when I tell them to turn their upper body, they try to turn with the low body because they have more flexibility in low body, not in the upper body.
Okay, thanks. Next question. Next question, Mohammad Bashir.
Hi, Venkat here. Am I audible?
Yes, Venkat, go ahead.
Okay. So there are two components to the swing, which is the arm swing and the body rotation.
Yes.
And predominantly what we have been struggling is the body rotation with majority of the beginner golfers or even golfers, intermediate level golfers. So I just want to have a little clarity around this. The method that I've been adopting is to get that sequencing of body rotation is to give them a very simple exercise that the eyes moves the head moves the neck, and neck moves the body. So that way they are able to get that rotation better because, and what's happening is people have been, while addressing the body.
What did you say? The eye moves the?
Eyes moves the head moves the neck, and neck moves the body because you can't move your head without moving your eyes. You can't look back. And if you don't move your head, you can't turn your neck. And if you can't turn your neck, you can't further look back. And if you can't turn your neck, the body will not rotate on the other side because it's a side-on game. there is a backswing, transition, and then the through swing. That's the downswing. So we have to move on the other side. And what people predominantly have been struggling with is keeping the head down. And head down is a myth. Yes, you need to keep the head still when you are taking the backswing, and till the time you are able to get the club head on the ball, and through impact, the eyes must follow the ball. And the process of sequencing is to get that eyes moving first, head automatically will follow, neck will follow, and the body rotation will happen. So this is a natural way. I'm just wanting to validate it.
Okay, you just wanted to validate. Okay, I'll talk about that. So we've got what do we have? Come again? Okay. Obliques.
Good morning. It's my turn.
Yeah, go ahead. More question, Anoop?
It's my turn. Good morning.
Yes, Mohammed Bashir. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So I just take a few seconds. As Amandeep sir said, yes, right now we have mostly senior golfers, those who are playing golf with wearing bands. At the same time, we do have golfers coming with a tennis elbow, and they wear a band on tennis elbow. So now what I do, I don't know much about it. So first thing I suggest them, go with the lighter clubs, lighter shafts, and then second thing I suggest them, go and take a physiotherapist help. Is it a right way to do, or is there any else? And ma'am, we can add, if we can put a light on it, that would be great. That's it, sir.
Mr. Mohammed Farid, you are already muted. Unmute. Okay, yeah, can hear you now.
Good morning, sir. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning from Bangladesh Golf Federation, sir. Sir, my first question was that for as Anup said, during chipping, he suggests his players to use
exercise. Mohammed Farid, chipping later, please.
I already get that answer from Sir Indrajit Valodia, sir, and from you, sir. And then the second was at that section, using of bounce. And that also I got the answer from Gaurav, sir. Thank you so much for that. And now I request you to give some exercise for our junior golfers. Can you please, sir?
Okay, perfect. Unmute. Mr. Mahananda.
There's one more question, Amandeep, I think, in the messages from Arjun. He wants some exercises to improve early extension, what causes from biomechanics standpoint, and also how does lack of posterior pelvic tilt affect the golf swing? That's one.
Okay, perfect. So let's cover these questions. Indrajit, I don't know how much time we'll have, but let's cover a couple of questions and then we'll come and take a few more.
Sure.
Let's work on the first one was obliques. Why is unable? He's got a lot of movement, or somebody had brought the question that you have a lot of movement in the lower body, but unable. Mahesh had brought that question, unable to move the upper body. So Deepika is going to address that. What is the issue basically? She's worked with a lot of golfers, so she knows why it's happening.
So your internal oblique system, which starts from your under the ribcage on the right side and finishes on your ASIS on your left side. It works like that. So if you're rotating, if your client is rotating more and is unable to catch up, or you feel he's restricted, actually he's unable to catch up, the upper body is unable to catch up, is because this is not firing. So I'll just give you 2 exercises for this.
Have you guys understood what's happened? So basically, he lead to kar raha hai, but the upper body is not being able to catch up. You see, that's basically what's happening. They're not being able to catch up. So she's saying the obliques, which are running from here to here and here to here, are not firing. They're not firing. They're not strong. So she's going to give you a couple of exercises for that.
So you lie down again. Get your knees to 90 degrees. It's a great exercise to start your obliques firing. Get your knees to 90 degrees. Knees together, heels together, and you drop it. You drop them to the side. Again, this is an inhale. Lift it up, drop it to the other side. Inhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Now, if they're able to do this, you need to progress it a slightly more. Is by raising it up, grabbing a medicine ball, or any ball, just pass it yellow ball.
Which one?
Huh. Take this further. Take this. Huh. So my legs are straight now. Again, I'm dropping it. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. So I've taught you the progression as well and the activation. So first is with knees bent, the second is with legs up straight, a small ball, even a tennis ball, or a bigger ball, or a medicine ball of 1 or 2 kgs. That's it. That is all is required to get the obliques activated.
Okay. For early extension, the glute exercise. So early extension is basically we want to get the medius and the maximus working. Huh? Early extension is this. Okay. So for early extension, basically is that why is the early extension happening? So a lot of golfers have an issue, especially youngsters or kids. They have an issue of that's an early extension. So you're unable to hang on to that angle. So we basically need to understand what's going on in a golf swing. So we basically, when we are saying that we have something called a extension, right? This is extension.
Yeah.
Okay. So we have an extension when we are taking a posture, we have an extension in this joint. When we take the backswing, that extension loses and flexion happens in the hip joint. Sorry, this is flexion. Sorry, apologies. There's confusion always in my head. So that's flexion and that's extension, right? Okay. So flexion to extension to flexion and then extension again. So basically, an action like this is happening. So if I've got a backswing, I'll go into I've got an extension, flexion. I have a side bend, and then I go into an extension. So that's your backswing. So if you can just go into a side bend, and that's your backswing. So if you see the backswing in actuality, the backswing, you have lost your flexion and gone into an action like this. Then you come back into flexion and then go again into extension on the follow through. So this muscle or joint is doing a lot of action like this in the game of golf, which is why what happens is when you come out of your posture on the backswing, you are unable to get back into that same flexion, which is why you have an early extension, because the muscles in your glute and supporting muscles are not activated, not firing, not strong, which is why you get an early extension. That's one of the reasons. So she's going to show you an exercise to ensure that your glutes are going to be activated. So have a look. So she's standing right from the wall. Can you see?
1.5 feet away from the wall. We put one leg up. The knees have to be parallel to each other.
Knees have to be parallel to each other. So she's standing like this. Can you see? Okay. Don't look at me. They can see. Don't worry about that. So we are pushing our butt to the wall. See that?
That's an inhale.
Inhale, going butt to the wall.
And
exhale. So butt is going towards the wall. The foot is pressing. The foot is pressing down. The foot is pressing down. The foot is pressing against to the wall, and the butt is going towards the wall.
This is an inhale. I hinge. My back is straight.
Yeah. Okay.
Now my back is straight. It is not rounding. I just take the hip, the glutes to the wall, and come out of it. Come out of it completely. Don't remain in a hinged position. So this is an inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale.
Yeah. So that's one of the very good exercises. This is for the maximus. So for medius, clams is a very good exercise. This is another good exercise.
Okay. So these are adductor. Get a roller, any kind of a roller, a small or a big would do. You need to press the roller with your inner thigh, just above the knees, into the wall. And I am doing my single leg deadlift. Even if I do it initially without any weights in hand.
Continue doing it, they're seeing it.
Inhale and exhale. So I come back on my toes. I inhale, my back is straight. Exhale. So this really helps early extension problems. Adductors are getting fired. My inner thighs are firing. Inhale, inhale, inhale. Knees, left knee is soft and exhale. So you do this 10 times into 3 sets. And the first one 10 times into 3 sets.
Clear? Yeah, the problem will disappear, hopefully. So that's an early extension issue. And then obviously, once you activate them, it's not where you need to stop. Activation is the initial part. We need to strengthen the muscles also. And hopefully they will get rid of the problems that you're having. Mahesh, and I hope you got your answer. I forgot anybody else who was... Elbow. So elbow pain, again, you want to come in again, elbow pain. So the best way to first thing is go to the physiotherapist. Sanjay said, as elbow pain. So go to the physiotherapist. You can do things yourself. You can massage it. While you are moving it, massage it. That should be able to relieve the pain for the short term. But then you need to do, again, a couple of band exercises, which Deepika is going to show you.
Have a loop.
That's a loop.
It's a very light loop, the first level. Place it on your wrist. And we just go up like a butterfly. So we start with expansion of the loop. Keep it expanded and just do the pulses. So this activates your shoulder, your scapula, the external rotators of the shoulder joint. Yeah, and just do that. This will eventually release your elbow pain. This and then basic external rotation with a band. I'm keeping my elbows at 90 degrees. My knees are soft. And I just take it out. Posture is straight. It is not bending forward or swaying back. And I do this. The elbow doesn't come off. The elbow doesn't come off my body.
So if you see, her elbow is very close and she's just moving her hands to get rid of elbow pain. As far as somebody said about, the eyes move the head moves the neck, and the neck moves. See, you must understand, issue is when people have problems in the neck area, when they are unable to have that motion in their neck, they don't have the strength or the motion in their neck, is when you start to, yes, of course, we need to not have our head down. The head is not down, it's the eyes on the ball is the key. The head motion has to be very limited. We can't have motions like this in the head, because that will actually ruin our balance. So we need to be able to do that very clearly to get a good backswing. So anybody who is a good golfer or a professional golfer, you will see that their neck muscles are very flexible as well as strong to be able to do an action like this. So in actuality, your neck is doing a full 180 motion like this to be able to make a proper swing. So people tend to actually use their head to go away, and I feel that's when they lose the spatial, feeling of how far the ball is from their head. So we don't want people to start doing so they move their eyes, like the gentleman said, move your eyes, move your head, and then move your neck. That's too much to give to a student. To have nice, relaxed neck muscles is very important, but nice relaxed neck muscles will ensure that you get a nice turn, and the mobility and the strength in your neck will ensure that you have a backswing where the head motion is very limited. Of course, there will be a swivel, there will be definitely a swivel, and you will tend to, swivel your head, but obviously there is no movement. So anytime you give any student a sense of moving your head, I think is going to actually cause problems. But I'm not taking anything away from somebody who's had it, tried and tested. But I would rather he look at issues of neck and mobility and strength in the neck than anything else. Anybody has a question different from what we've already addressed? Ashu, do you have any other question which we've already addressed?
Hello.
Go ahead.
आपकी
आवाज नहीं आ रही. आवाज आ रही है लेकिन मतलब बहुत मध्यम आ रही है. वॉल्यूम ऊपर करना है. हाँ हाँ बोलिए. So if I'm hearing it right, he's saying that the client has pain here. Client has pain here. How would you fix that? So as he takes the backswing and the follow through, he's basically having pain here, right? So you want to QL. Okay, good. So I'll explain to you.
Show me well. He's overarching.
Yeah.
Yeah.
दो तीन जगह से आ रहा है. In my opinion, we'll have to have a look.
Yeah.
We'll have to have a look. But दो तीन जगह से आ रहा है. एक तो motion खराब है, like I told you about flexion, extension. So backswing में ये extension हो रहा है थोड़ा बहुता, और फिर back to flexion आ रहा है, तो वो unable है उसमें. तो this part is, so also there is a side bend, because there has to be a side bend as you come in. So your right side is bending, so there's a side bend. So if you see that's your bend coming in. You see that? So there is a side bend. So there's a compression happening. Maybe the QL is getting agitated. It's not firing. It's not strong enough. So we probably have to have a look at all these. But a general this area muscles को activate करना, glutes को activate करना, जो exercise बताई है. अपर thoracic को एक्टिवेट करने का एक्शंस करने चाहिए. So I think that will help your student alleviate the pain that he's having here.
But show it to a physio.
But definitely show it to a physio or an ortho or whatever you think is the right person to. Go ahead. Anybody else has a question? So, Rojo, anything else that we are missing out as a question? Activations to prove early extension, Arjun Lal. Arjun, I hope I have been able to answer your question.
Am I audible, sir?
Yes, go ahead, Anup.
Sir, any exercise particularly for the juniors which we can make them do?
See, again, guys, juniors, it's a very large thing. Like I talked about yesterday, is growth spurt issues. So juniors, we work a lot on their mobilities. Balance is something which they tend to lose, and balance generally affects. So a few things that I always say. This is something which we use. This is something, something like that. Can you just show? Can you just show how, and then I can run the camera.
Well, also, I think let's quickly take the last question from Venkat Naidu, and then we can.
Okay.
Venkat, there's only one more question.
Bending over. That's a big.
Can you unmute Venkat?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So it's not a question. It's basically the same thing like the eyes moves the head and head moves the neck and neck moves the body. It's more to do on the through swing, not on the back swing. Like very rightly explained by Amandeep sir, the strengthening of the neck muscles are very important to have a stability of the head as you're moving back. You don't have to sway the head. But on the through swing, definitely if the eyes follows the ball, it helps in better body rotation, which is basically a cause where people are more handsy and not able to rotate the body. That's the point that I was making.
Absolutely. Venkat, very quickly, I'm going to tell you is again the issue about you telling them about the eyes moving the head and head moving the neck. Issue is we don't want an early peak. Again, I'm trying to tell you is that the tendency will always be an early peak. You know, if my eyes move too fast, people get very worried because you want as much of stability. So in fact, you want your eye to stay there while your neck is being able to swivel. You want to actually have a sense because that gives you a sense of your body not going into some kind of a shock. Because if the eyes move too quickly, the problem will be you're bringing in too many other variables. So you want the eyes to stay there while your neck and is able to swivel. So again, I'm telling you about you want your neck to go into this kind of a motion. So we are doing this kind of a motion and follow through. So you should be able to do that, keeping your eye still on the ball, and that's when your eye actually goes up.
No, you are absolutely right, because if you look at the time duration, it is a very, very minuscule time, fraction of a second. So like the feeling, while the eyes is still looking down, but if you give that feeling, that doesn't restrict that motion of rotation of the body. That's the only point.
Preference, absolutely okay, as long as it's giving results. Go through it. There's no problem with that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Let's go back to some junior exercises. Like I always said that juniors always have issues of mobility. So they are unable to, because they are going at a different, during the growth spurt, they are having issues of flexion here. See, so this is one of the exercises I keep telling them to do is when, see that? So we've got this wedge and she's just going back and forth, 10, 15 times back and forth with the wedge. And then she turns around. So that gives a little bit of heel raise. So calves are getting stretched and she's doing that. So that's a very good exercise to give to the juniors. Like I also said, juniors should always be given exercises of fundamental movement skills, of hopping, jumping, skipping. So simple things of skipping. If I'm going to show you, I don't know if I'll be able to show a skip. So, so just a skip off, just teach them how to skip. So that's a skip. So once they understand, see, because they'll do this. They'll do this. So give them a feeling of can you okay, will you move the okay. So just a skip. See, I'm giving them rhythm and I'm giving them understanding how one leg and hand are moving while you're skipping. So jumping is another exercise. So you get a jump kind of a thing here, right? Something like that. So get them to start jumping. You want to show jump? Okay, nobody wants to show jump till you're activated. So kicking, like Indrajit said, send them to soccer. Kicking is a very good exercise. Throwing is another good exercise. So a lot of throwing. So if I can show you. Yeah, one arm throws. So throwing is something which is, see, what is it teaching you? It's teaching you separation. Throwing is teaching you a lot of separation, where the lower body is going in this manner and the upper body is going in this manner. This is exactly what's happening in golf. We take the backswing and now we are recentered. See this, as the arms are going back, my lower body started to move this way. That's an action which is happening a lot in throwing. So when we teach our children all these, we are helping them. We are helping them learn. So this is
I'm doing a single leg hop and I'm adding hands.
This is a very good exercise for children. She's doing a single leg hop while she's understanding balance. She's understanding, and it's a good play game. It's a very light ball. It's a very light ball. So she's hopping on one leg, then she can change legs, change the leg, hopping on the other one, staying in the hop. So it's a good exercise. It's teaching coordination. It's teaching. So try and become innovative with your kids and teach them a lot of exercises. Yeah? Okay. Any other questions? Or shall we move on? I think we've done enough of physical.
Yeah, just wanted to add something to this.
Sure.
It's very important for teachers, golf coaches to know what to do, what exercise to do. But I would always strongly recommend that you get a qualified fitness trainer for your program and use your knowledge to educate the fitness trainer more than your students. So we don't want a situation where you're trying to train your kids, you're not qualified and the child gets hurt, because that is not a good thing, because you will get into a lot of trouble. So the whole idea about this exercise, this session, was to give you an idea about how to what a golfer should do, and you should always make sure that you educate a fitness trainer and a fitness trainers associated with you. I think all academies, all coaches who have regular programs have a fitness trainer who's connected with them, and it is our job to educate the fitness trainer, maybe get them to come and try golf if they are not golfers, understand how a golf swing works, what the dynamics are, and that's going to help the fitness trainer train your kids better. But I would never recommend that you go into fitness. Going out and playing soccer or throwing frisbees is fine, but don't go into specialized fitness training yourself without a qualified trainer.
Absolutely. I second that, Indrajit. And another piece of advice I have for our coaches is, when you're finding a fitness trainer, please ask them, like we go and find a coach, we ask them what is their qualification, what level of coach they are. We must ask a fitness trainer to please show us their degrees, their what they have studied, what is their level of understanding. Don't go by a fitness instructor's body, how good they look cosmetically, and say, okay, I'm going to send my child to the fitness trainer. Please make sure you are seeing and asking them to show their degrees and whatever they have done, and who they have coached, who have they worked with, what is their understanding. So it's rather that you are more, you've done your interrogation before sending your students, than then have injury. Because remember, if there is an injury in the body, you can't play. So the body is the biggest asset, biggest asset, and we have to ensure that our body is in prime condition before we can actually swing a club. So it is such a big asset, and we can't give our big asset to somebody who is unqualified or not qualified enough. When we are sick, we go to the best doctor. We don't go to a compounder to get medicine. So in the same way, when you go to a fitness trainer or a exercise specialist, please check their degrees. Please check what they have studied, what they have done. Are they qualified to advise you? Right, Rojo, any other questions, or let's move on then? I think we've done well for fitness.
I think we'll give everyone a 5-minute break, and we'll get back to golf. We'll continue with the short game and putting, and then we will move on to a little bit of junior golf before we have Malini Sarkar doing a presentation on, I think, how to handle children, which will help coaches working with junior golfers. That's at 11:30. So we just take a 5-minute break, and we're going to continue with a short game and putting, and then we move to a little bit of junior golf, and then we move to Malini's presentation before we end the session. So we'll be back in exactly 5 minutes. So 5 past 10 is when we are back.
Rojo, you can start.
Yeah. So, right. So anything that anyone wants to talk about short game, chipping, pitching, bunkers, before we move on to putting? Any questions? So, yes, Selva, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Hi, sir.
Go ahead, Selva.
Sir, while we are discussing about the short game chipping, I think I would share something which helped me also. A couple of tournaments I played, pressure, grip pressure at the swing rhythm. So in chipping, especially when you hit a shot at the impact, if you have a rhythmic swing, shallow or steep, you need the pressure control three, whatever called two lever thing. Without that, it'll be more steeper, or sometimes you may not get a good contact. As you said, the main point is to get a good contact to control the distance or spin, whatever related to that. So anything you can suggest regarding the pressure on the grip? Because I focus more on that pressure on the holding the club and swinging with the two lever. So it's worked me a lot. So I need some more.
That's a very important point that you mentioned, Selva. Personally, I find people who have the yips or who have a big problem with chipping, their grip pressure is very inconsistent, and they tend to hold the club light, and then they tighten their grip when they're coming down into the ball, or the grip pressure keeps changing. So this I recommend both for putting as well as chipping, is to make sure that you have a consistent grip pressure. The grip pressure remaining constant helps in your rhythm also, and also it helps you make a smooth swing. So uh, you could be a little on the firmer side, you could be on the lighter side. That is a little bit of a preference. How tight you really want to hold the club. But especially in short game, obviously in the long game, the grip pressure needs to be very light for you to generate the club head speed. So the short game is a little different. Uh, but the grip pressure is extremely important for one to keep it constant, for you to make a smooth action. Yeah, very good point,
So one
Selva.
more.
This
Thank
I
you,
want
sir.
to
Thank you.
add
So one more
one
request,
point.
one more small request.
Yes, go
If
ahead.
anything, add on coaches etiquette and like to be in time, or to be smoking while taking a coaching, or some coaches interact with the other students who the coaches be already be engaged, something like that. If you can advise or something, it will be useful for our NGA coaches to be a good etiquetted in lifetime going for a good coaches. It's my
Yeah, so,
suggestion if you can advise.
yeah, so we will talk about this. We will definitely talk about this. Amandeep was adding something on the short game, and then we will discuss this too.
See, what you were saying about grip pressure. Yes, that's one of the biggest issues. I feel that awareness of your grip pressure, awareness to be aware of the grip pressure is far more important, because most people that I find who are struggling with grip pressure are actually struggling with grip pressure because when they are addressing the ball, they are losing the grip pressure and keeping the club on the ground, leaving the club on the ground. So so the club is on the ground, and then when they want to lift the club, obviously the grip pressure is they're using some grip pressure to lift the club from the ground. Now that has to be tighter than what they are holding, or kind of. So what people tend to do. So if I'm trying to explain as the best I can, is when they are addressing, so they've almost got so you tell them, the grip pressure is between 1 to 10, and say, okay, have it by about 4. So they have it at 4, but they're having it at 4 by releasing some of the weight of the club. So they're not feeling the weight of the club. You see, I have to have 4 when I feel the weight of the club. They are finding 4 by releasing the weight on the club on the ground. There's a huge difference in that. And that therein lies the finesse of what I'm talking about, grip pressure, and which is leading to yips. So tell your students to ensure that the club is in their hands. They are feeling the club in their hands, that they're not letting go. It's barely touching the ground. It's touching the ground, but they're not releasing the weight or the feeling or onto the ground, and then creating more pressure. So as they take away, they tighten because now they feel the full weight of the club, and therein lies the disaster.
So I will explain this a little differently. What Amandeep is basically saying is, this goes for not only chipping, even for putting or even long game, is
Exactly.
when you grab the club and the club is pressed into the ground, right? So when you want to take the club back, there is always a little bit of a jerk, or you grab the club. So, like again, Nicholas, there are some other players who don't ground the club. They keep hovering the club above the ground. Now, I personally never felt comfortable having the club above the ground, but I've always tried to make sure that my club is very lightly grounded, if at all grounded. And that is something that Amandeep is saying. So moment your club is pressing into the ground, then when you have to take the club back, there is an effort, and that effort can change the grip pressure. It can make the swing a little jerky, and so on and so forth. So that is something that you have to make sure is to have the club very lightly grounded for all shots.
Sir, I agree with you, sir, because as Amandeep sir told, it's like a jadu. It's just you are rubbing the grass. So the grip pressure is normal. So that is very easy to do that. I remember that your long shot and the Cosmopolitan 16th hole, 290 yards carry. So now I realize your grip pressure must be more lighter than what we used to do, try to hit a long hit those times, not releasing the club nicely in time. Thank you, sir.
Jadu is a very good analogy. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, we take these 2 questions quickly and then we move to putting. Angelina, just check who the 2 hands that are.
Noop.
Yeah.
Yes, Anoop.
Sir, very well explained on grip pressure. Just an add-on, whenever my student asks what the grip pressure should be, I relate sometimes with, like, on a scale of maximum being 10 and 1 being the less, it should be around 5 and 6. But what I have practically found, telling them to feel the club head weight. And when they tighten up, they will lose that feeling. So when they loosen up, they again start to feel the club head weight. So that's the correct grip pressure, where you are able to feel the club head weight.
It depends how you put it, and it depends how you put it to who. So if it's a kid, it's easier to give them some cue, like holding a toothpaste tube with the cap open, not squeezing the toothpaste out, yet not the tube flying out of your hand. If it's somebody who's a bit more analytical, a little more older person who understands numbers, then you will go at 1 to 10, hold it at 4, 5, 6. So you have to get the message across, and it really depends on who you're talking to. You can't tell a child, a 8-year-old or 9-year-old kid, that hold the club up and when you can feel the weight. He may not even relate to that. So if you're telling a very young kid, you have to give a different, more something that you can visualize. So holding a bird in your hand and not, squeezing it, holding a toothpaste tube, something of that sort. If it's somebody who wants a specific number, so he will want to know whether it's 4, 5, or 6. So then you have to give that guy accordingly. So it depends on who you're talking to. You get the message across. Okay, next one.
Hello.
हाँ बोलो बोलिए.
Sir, I have so many thoughts like about like grip pressures. So I give you so many examples. एक तो जब हम किसी से हाथ मिलाते हैं जैसे hello is like a light pressure and क्लब को पकड़ने का you can make a circle from the wrist up and down flexion extension that is a good idea and आप उसको example दे सकते हो जैसे आपके हाथ में से like you have the like छोटा सा बच्चा है चिड़िया का आप उसको कैसे पकड़ोगे उसको दबाओगे नहीं ना so many I have so many thoughts about grip pressure. Grip pressure is more important part. एंड सर एक और चीज जो चिपिंग में हम बात कर रहे थे आई थिंक जो गौरव सर बता रहे थे कि जब आप क्लब उठाते हो और आपका क्लब हेड आपके हैंड पोजीशन से पीछे चला जाता है इट्स वेरी टफ टू लाइक चिप को मारना दैट इज योर टेक अवे इज मोर इम्पोर्टेंट पार्ट जो क्लब का जो पहला जो पोजीशन है उठाने का आई थिंक वो एक्यूरेट होना चाहिए इनसाइड तो इज वेरी टफ टू लाइक मैं देखता हूँ मोस्टली बिगनर्स क्या करते हैं क्लब को अंदर की तरफ उठाते हैं एंड देन कॉम्पोसेट करते हैं एंड कभी कभी जब बॉडी टर्न नहीं होता है तो ऑब्वियसली वो शैंक लगता है yeah
You're very comfortable, Ashu. I can see you're very comfortable in your Rajai. Anyway, so
yes today is my off yeah it's Wednesday so
okay, there's one more, I think.
Can you explain about
I think Mahesh
yeah.
was wanting to ask a question. Mahesh, go ahead. Mahesh.
I'm audible, sir.
Yes.
So the best way of teaching a right pressure to the like younger kids, I tell them to just throw the ball. When they pick up the ball to throw, I just tell them to stop. They immediately understand the right pressure of the grip actually. If they are too tight, they can't throw. They immediately I tell them to just pick up the ball and throw. I tell them to stop. What is the pressure of the hand in your ball? They immediately understand the right pressure actually.
Great. It's very good. I like everybody's becoming innovative in using the analogies which they have worked over time and found in their experiences what work. All analogies is nice because it gives some kind of a way for a person to relate because it's a great way it's a communication skill. That's why we always use a lot of analogies when we are teaching for a person to understand ki kya kar rahe hai. So try to understand where. That's why to understand a person's background, has he played sport? Is he just been a desk person? Does he write a lot? So a lot of people will use pen analogies. A lot of people will use if he's played some other sport, maybe ping pong, tennis, table tennis, badminton. So you use all kinds of analogies to imagine. So these are very good things that you guys are using, and they're all very good. Go ahead, Indrajit.
Yeah, so if you're giving a lesson to a cricketer, you just ask him, when you want to bowl fast, how tight do you hold the ball, and he'll tell you that he's holding the ball very light. Absolutely. And automatically he understands the grip pressure because you're connecting it to his sport.
Yes.
Okay. So I think there was one question from Rohan Manas. Angelina, can you read out the question?
Swing sequence in short game. I think it means the kinematic sequence. So if you want to take it, Rojo.
No, you take it.
You see the kinematic sequence in the short game, like I had started earlier. The kinematic sequence in short game is a little different from the main game, which is why I said that in the long game we have a lot of difference in the motion of the hips, the torso, the arms, and then the club head. So we'll have that peak in where we have a lot of braking. So the hip starts the action first, followed by the torso, followed by the arms, and then the club head. And at a certain point of time, just before impact, the hips stop accelerating the torso stops accelerating the arms, and then the arms and hands stop accelerating the club head, which is when we go into impact. So if you, I don't know if you've seen the graph of the kinematic sequence, you see that a dip and a spike, and then immediate dip in all the motions. So in short game, we have a little different kinematic sequence because we are only trying to move everything together, and the actions are very together motions. So trying to explain to you very simply is that everything kind of moving together, because we don't want power, so we are not using so much of ground forces. We're relying a lot on rhythm. We are not using so much ground force, so there won't be too many spikes in the speed. It's going to be a very rhythmic action. So that's what the sequence will be, and that's how it is different from the long game. I hope I've answered the question in a very simple manner, but I hope I have made it clear. Rohan, I hope you got it right. So Roju, you want to move ahead?
Yeah.
Putting? Because we already at 10:21. We have an hour, and then you want to do a little bit of junior golf and.
Yeah, so let's do the putting. I think let's do the putting and junior golf. That will pretty much cover the entire session. Amandeep, you want to start the putting?
Both Indrajit and me have got the room handle. But yeah, I think we are quite qualified to teach putting because of putting yips. Chirag has got a big smile on his face and saying, "Okay, I'm waiting for these guys now to teach me something that they don't know." No. Not bad, but yes, the fundamentals. Again, let's go back to putting, and again, it's very similar to chipping. Like I keep saying, let's go back to pre-swing. Pre-swing in putting is so important, so important, and so important. I keep saying it again and again and again because it's the most overlooked part, in putting. The tendency which I have seen also in short game and in putting is, I'm just going to hold it here, video where you'll be able to see me a little better. Okay. So I see a lot of people struggle in putting because they tend to bend over because the putter is very, very vertical, I mean, the most vertical club in a bag. So people have a tendency to just bend over, and what that does is it throws the weight completely off when you're taking your posture. So it's very important to have your students learn and understand that they need to stand very similar to ensure that their center of gravity is falling within their stance. Within their stance is not going out, absolutely not over the ball too much. That's the most important thing, which I feel is important in putting. Then again, holding the club, the putter in your hand, and not letting it press on the ground or leaving the weight in the ground. So making sure you understand the weight of the putter will ensure you are able to make a good, nice, smooth stroke. The third thing, again, where you are, we see that people are going wrong is, again, like I say, distance from the ball, very important. Those are things which are very important. How much the eye on the ball, I'm not too sure because there is everybody sees the ball differently. So in fact, there is a drill to check whether the student needs to be over, on, or under, inside. So either you are over, so the ball will fall outside the putter, on the ball, or inside. That is something which is very personal for, and there's an eye check to it. I can explain it if somebody wants to know, but that's a general thing, but you guys should know. So posture, distance from the ball, very, very important. And after that, it's a person's preference of how they want to use, whether they want to use a thicker grip, and feel less weight of the putter, or they want to use a thinner grip, feel more weight in the putter. I really don't care. Those are preferences. Other than that, I don't think much in putting. So lot of drills is something that you should do. There's another thing that you need to explain to them is that the putting stroke will never be up and down. The putting stroke is up and down more when the shaft is more vertical, and they are more vertical in their swinging, where their eyes are over the ball. If their eyes are inside, they will have a bigger arc. Obviously, that's physics. If their putter is more inclined, they will have a bigger arc. That's again physics. So there's nothing much to talk about it. But it's always nice to explain the student, because more often than not, they are seeing so many YouTube videos on putting, and that's what they're struggling in. So again, trying to explain to them that what is the face is affecting the ball much more than the path. So it really doesn't matter much the path. So the face is the maximum influence on the start direction of the putt. So for them to be able to ensure that their face is square to what their line is, that's something that you should look at. What else? Reading the green. I think you can teach them how to read a green. The simplest thing, because everybody's relying on caddies, and you have to try to tell them that they stop looking at caddies and start to read the green themselves, because reading the green is not that difficult. If they can just focus on what the slopes are, the slope could be two, either right to left, left to right, or downhill, uphill. And the amount of grass on the green is telling you how fast the ball is going to go. You can teach them a little bit about the grain, which I'm sure all of you guys know. So when you're giving a lesson, try to be holistic in all of these issues, and try to also explain to them using a little bit of stats that, within 3 feet, the putt percentage should be almost 100, 95 or 99 or whatever. And then from up to 6 feet, it drops down to almost 50. So PGA Tour averages, if you tell them that every foot that they hit further, the hole out percentage drops drastically. So that also helps. So these are the things that you should look at when you are giving somebody putting lessons. Try to tell them to be as balanced as possible, as relaxed as possible. I can't think of any other things that I would tell a student. Indrajit, you want to add something? Rojo? Okay, he's not there. Rojo, you there?
I'm there. So putting is also something that we as teachers, I don't think we put that much stress on. How many lessons do we actually give in putting? When we have students coming to us, we generally don't do that much of putting lessons. I'm not too sure why we don't do it. Maybe it's a little bit more effort, or it's you're just going off the driving range and then you have to come back. But most students that we have, they feel they're better putters than they actually are, and especially club golfers. If it's a 15 to 20 handicapper, if it's a 15 to 20 handicap or more than that, they will be averaging maybe more than 36 putts around, or 34, 35. And I personally feel that any golfer of any level should be averaging at least around 30 putts around. And or if he's like a 9, 10, 11 handicapper, definitely like 29, 30. If he's even a 20, 24 handicapper, still should be around 30 and not more than 30. Anyone who's taking more than 30 putts around is definitely someone who can improve a lot only on the putting green. And a few things that we need to look at when we are doing a putting lesson, like Amandeep has covered everything, is obviously, having your fundamentals right, checking your ball position, where your eyes are over the ball, if your eyes are over the ball or not, because if your eyes are too far inside or too far outside, your perception of the line is wrong, and your stroke will definitely tend to follow your perception. The quality of contact, because putting the contact is extremely important. I do a small I do a small drill with my kids, where we put two rubber bands on the face of the putter and exposing only the center and the rubber bands on two sides. So you have less than an inch gap, and you work on making center contact. So that's a nice way to teach your students how to make good contact. But definitely, yes, putting is something that we as teachers should focus on our students, especially the ones who want to play better golf. So you have different kinds of people. Someone comes to you to learn to swing better. Someone wants their golf swing to improve. Someone wants their ball striking to improve. And someone wants to play better golf. And if it's a junior, then obviously you're working on making him play better. So anyone who wants to shoot better scores, get their handicap down, you definitely need to look at short game putting and chipping equally with the long game, if not more. We'll take a couple of questions. Okay, quick.
Before you take the question, I want to show the drill or the exercise to figure out how to ensure that somebody do their eyes should be over the ball or inside the ball is something that I want to show, because there is a very specific scientific method to see that, how your eyes perceive the line. So if you guys, I'm going to show you very clearly. No, that's okay. So if you guys see, I'm gonna put three balls, one in one line, almost a club from each other. See that? And Sean, I need your help. Okay? Yes. Okay. So if you see that, don't worry about that. So what I'm going to do is, so I put these three balls. If you guys can see, I put these three balls all in one line. Leave that. All in one line. Can you see? It's all in one line. Not obviously on a line. So if you're on a green, you're going to ensure that using the alignment sticks, they're all on one line. Then you're going to have your student just stand here in between. Close your feet. So I've got this guy stand covering the third ball, and your students standing on this first ball. Okay. So I'm going to tell my student to line up to the second ball. Once he's lined up, I will tell this chap to move away, and then see whether all these three balls are in one line. And if you will see and understand, some people, when you drop their ball from the eyes, some people's ball will fall on the ball, some people's ball will fall inside, and some people's ball will fall outside, which will tell you. So you need to tell them, once you have them all three in line, you then adjust your head to make sure that they are all, thanks, they are all in one line, and then you will see how the balls, how a person's eye sets on the ball. So don't be so fixed in telling them that their eyes need to be directly over the ball, because it's person to person different. I hope I've been able to explain the exercise. Go ahead, Indrajit.
Right, we will take these three questions quickly, and then we will move on to junior golf. Just keep the question to the point.
Salvador, go ahead.
Go Go ahead, Selva.
I teach generally to my students more preference to the aim and alignment in putting. So, aim and alignment in putting, and especially if they're missing more, even though they have a centerness of contact, they're missing left means I used to keep away from the slightly from the ball so that they can make more. If they're missing it more on the right, I used to make them little come closer to the ball. So this is the way I adjust, and some of the students get more successful. And any other adding point to make more sure with the aim and alignment, sir?
Brilliant, brilliant. Selva, brilliant. I absolutely 100% endorse what you're saying. So distance from the ball is a very important aspect, and you need to tell your student to find the right distance that they are ensuring that to make sure that they are holding out putts. So when they are holding out putts and they are missing it left, try to move them either closer, further. They're missing it right, move them closer, further, till they're holding out putts, and then tell them to measure that distance of how far that toe is from that putter or the ball and try to maintain that distance. That's a very good way of understanding, what is the standard distance for that particular student when he's holding good putts. So that means that will eliminate when they say they have bad days in putting, good days in putting is variation of distance, which will also cause variation in where your weight is falling. So there will be add to some body movement because then your weight is not balanced and that leads to other problems. So very good, Selva. That's a great way of ensuring that your students are putting well. Next, Anoop. Very few people ask questions. We don't have the rock stars asking questions because I guess they know already. But it's a good way of guys bringing guys like Preetham, Chirag, Gaurav. Your experiences mean a lot to the rest of the teachers. You guys are assets of the NGAI because you have played at the highest level and also are highly qualified teachers. So your information and your knowledge can benefit most of the other players. So please share. Sharing is caring and sharing is growing. So all of you guys, please share as much of your experiences and knowledge. We're more than happy to listen to whatever you guys have to say. Go ahead, Anoop.
Yes, sir. It is basically a preference which I use in putting if a student is comfortable with. So I tell them to have a wider stance, and the benefit of that is basically the center of gravity of your body moves closer to the surface, which makes you more stable. And secondly, the eye line is again very much closer to the ball rather than in comparison to a person who is much straighter with his spine or who is narrower with his spine. So in that case, it also helps in aiming properly. So
that's a good preference to use, Anoop, but try not to use your preferences on every student. Because remember, every student is kind of different in the way they're brought up or how their body is and how comfortable they feel. So don't throw down your preferences down every student's throat. This is a good preference to have. Your fundamental is, fundamentally, what you're saying makes a lot of sense. Wider stance, more balance, but also I'll give you another another flip side to it, and it's good to think about it. Is that if I'm too wide and if I have a little bit of movement, I will not be able to tell. So if I have absolutely a narrow stance, and the moment I move a little bit, I will fall over. So opposing thought to what you are saying. So, the moment you have a very narrow stance, a slight movement you'll be able to tell and become aware of. Whereas if you have a very wide stance, if I have enough movement, I will not be able to tell. So which is better, I don't know, but that's a good preference to have.
And secondly, like for the grip, That is very important aspect as I feel. So I generally have the most of the students to have their the butt end of the grip almost running through their forearm. So basically, that makes sure the grip is in palms, and that keeps the wrist more passive.
Yes, good. That's all. I mean, there are so many thick grips, super stroke, and all those kind of things, which eliminates the. Everybody keeps talking about the wrists, but I feel it eliminates a lot more of this. But that's fine.
We'll take Farid as the last one, and then we'll move to junior golf.
Okay. Farid, go ahead. Thanks, Anup.
Hi, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yes.
Yes.
Sir, on the putting green, as we know that the ball has to roll on the intended line. That is the first most important factor on the putting green. So can you put some light on it? How to read the green properly? Because there are so many slopes and grain related to the surface. So can you please put some light on it? How to figure out a line properly, as we need to get the ball rolling on the intended line. That's so that comes the first important factor to select a line. So that is my question to understanding how to figure out a proper line on the putting green, sir, as there are many slopes and grain is related. Thank you, sir.
Let me give you an insight on line. There is no fixed line. The line is very dependent on speed. I don't know if you've seen, I think YouTube has got a lot of videos on this. The line on a 20-foot putt can almost vary a putter. So the line could be 1 foot right or a putter right, depending upon the speed. So you see, line is very dependent on the speed of the green. Line is also dependent on, the most important part is speed. So and the amount of grain, so also speed. So you can't say that this is a fixed line. You in your mind have to choose the line and the pace. And once you have both of these in your head, because just the line is not going to help. So if I could say my line is 1 ball right, and two people are saying, everybody's saying line is 1 ball right, but if I hit it too hard, the ball won't break. And if I hit it too soft, it'll over break. So what's the right line? I don't think there is a right line. It is what a player perceives. The line is to a speed. The line is always to a speed. So that's what I see about line. So leaving it on the intended line till you don't have a speed in your head is of no use.
There are slopes also related on the putting greens. So how many ways to figure out a proper line? I mean, you are so correct, sir. The speed is curving or less curving the ball also on the line, but we need to figure out a specific line first to play the ball on the intended line. So actually, is there any other ways to figure out a proper line? It's maybe 80% correct, 90% correct, or 95% correct, may not 100%, but how much we is to figure out a line to our student. That is most important factor first.
No, there's that aim point thing that a lot of people are doing. But let me tell you, I mean, it's a general way. So the aim point is teaching you first to understand slope. So if you see a lot of people going back and forth and trying to understand what is the slope. So first of all, the slope is most important, whether it is right to left, left to right, and how much. So the slope will determine which way the ball is going to curve. The second thing that what is going to determine how much the ball is going to curve is the speed of the greens, right? So the faster the speed, the lesser the ball will curve, right? So that is another thing that you have to see. So it is again, there is no specific line. So if you're on a downhill and the ball is going to go faster, it's going to turn less. If you're on an uphill, the ball is going to get slower, the ball is going to turn more. The grain on the putting green. So if you're putting cross grain, the ball's going to turn more. If you're putting into the grain, the ball's going to turn more. If you're putting down grain, the ball's going to turn less. If you're putting, if the slope is like this and the grain is like that, I mean, I've played golf courses where the ball has turned up the slope because the grain is so strong. So how do I say what is the specific line? Because there are so many factors which are influencing the line. I can't have a thumb rule to read the line. It comes with experience, which is why players tend to rely on the caddies, because they understand that that caddy of that golf course has seen so many putts. Why do we rely on the caddy of that golf course? Here, मेरे को local caddy चाहिए जिसको who knows all the line. Why? Because he has spent so much time there, because he has so much experience. He's seen hundreds of thousands of balls being played on those lines on that golf course. So he has a better experience. And line reading comes with experience, which is why I say players should be taught, and you should teach your students how to read a line. They will become good. They will not become that good, but at least they will learn. So no specific way of saying that this is the specific line. Factors which come in are these.
Yeah, Rohan.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Rohan, we'll take the last question.
So just not a question, it's an experience which I have had with my students upon putting. So this is one drill which I basically do with them. I basically tell them to basically putt 3 balls. And once they are putting, I tell them you are not supposed to look where that ball has gone. After you've made the putt, just tell with the feel, do you think that putt went over, went short, went left or right? This is one thing which has really helped most of the players to develop a feel that what they have felt instead of looking at that golf ball, because most of the people react, their head just goes up as they make contact. So this is one drill which I do with my students, that 3 balls, play a putt, make a putt. Just tell me after the putt is finished, what do you think did the putt went ahead of the hole, short of the hole, left of the hole, right of the hole? This is what I do with them, and it has really helped people to understand the feel of putting.
Excellent,
And
excellent,
also,
excellent, Rohan. This is fantastic. Again, me specifying or whatever the concept is, developing feel. So it is a sense of distance and direction is what putting is. Experience, more putts. That is what is going to develop into a good person who putts well. So Indrajit always says that people don't go to the putting green because and they say that I've shot a bad score because I've missed the fairway and hit lesser greens, but because they made 36 putts. So developing feel of distance and developing feel of direction, fantastic drill. I think that's brilliant. A lot of people should take that drill and try to use it on their students, because it gives a sense of distance as well as direction. Okay, Indrajit, I think we should move forward.
Yeah. So we move to
So
junior
there are
golf.
actually 2 questions in the chat. Would you want to do that?
What's the best way to kindly elaborate movement of wrist in putting? Angeline, okay, that's from Rajesh Kumar, and Anup Singh is, what's the best way to read grain? What's the best elaborate movement of wrist in putting? See, Roger, you want to take that? I can take that, but you want me to take it or?
Take it.
Okay, so guys, let me explain why does people say wrist, movement of the wrist. Why does the wrist come into play? You must understand the wrist is coming into play. In that way, any joint is coming into play because the joint is between 2 parts. So the wrist joint is between the hand and the forearm. When the forearm stops, the wrist moves. If the forearm and the hand are moving at the same speed, the wrist joint does not come into play. You understand? If my forearm moves at the same speed as my hand, the wrist doesn't come into play. That is this part of the wrist. We are talking about wrist hinging. So there is a huge difference between the wrist doing that and the wrist doing hinging. So the excuse me. So the hinging part, again, this is the way we hinge it. So why are we hinging it? When we feel the weight of the club is when the hinging is happening. So in putting, mainly this part, this hinging is not happening. In putting, there is no hinging because we are in a very vertical plane. So in putting, we are seeing more of this than this. This is happening in the swing. This is happening in the, so you can call that there's a flexion and an extension happening, flexion, extension happening in putting. And some people use that flexion and extension. Some people find that very difficult to control because that's a control of distance issue and also club face. So some people can time that release very well and some people can't time that release very well. So this is the problem of wristy. So you want to make your wrist silent. So you want to move, they say, okay, shoulder motion. I feel it's more arm than shoulder. So when the arms move, I feel when I think too much about the shoulders, the tendency is for the torso to move. When I feel, but that's again a preference, when I move my arms, I move my shoulders and I move my hands and I move everything is moving. So that's what I feel, but that's what the wrist motion is. Anup Singh's question was best way to read the grain. Best way to read the grain is see the shine. I think the shine is going to tell you if it's shining, it's down the grain. If it's dark, it's against the grain. Very simple way of reading grain. Also around the hole, if you go to see, because that's where the ball is going to get affected the maximum. If you go and inspect a hole, not which has been freshly cut, but which has been there for about 2 hours, you will see one side of the hole which is burnt. Burnt means wahan se ghas uda hota hai. One side will be very nicely done. So when the side which is burned is which way the grass is growing. So it's a nice way to go next to the hole. A lot of players, if you've seen, go next to the hole and they're looking at the hole. They're actually looking at the grain close to the hole because when the ball slows down, the grain affects much more. And that's when it happens close to the hole. When the ball is fast, the grain effect is very little. I hope I've answered both the questions. And I hope, Rojo, I've answered them correctly.
Yes, of course. So, I find it easier to putt on greens where there's a little bit of grain because you are very sure that the ball is going to turn that way, so just like a felt. So the reason why the shiny part is where the grass is growing away from you and the deeper part is the one growing into you is just like if you see velvet or if you see felt and you run your fingers away from it, it'll look lighter, and when you run your fingers towards yourself, it'll look darker. That's exactly how the grass grows, and that's how the color changes. So it becomes a lot easier to read little grainy greens because for a fact that it's going to turn a lot. Malaysia, Amandeep, some of the greens are like crazy. Unbelievable.
Tansui, Taiwan. There was a golf course called Tansui in Taiwan. And I promise you, I have played on that golf course and the slope was like that. And the caddy is telling me left edge. I'm like, no. He says left edge. And in your wildest dreams, you say, can't be left edge. And the ball went up the slope.
So in India, Golden Greens is a bit like that, and Pune Club is a lot. So Pune, like the ninth hole, the ball just, if you're putting uphill, it's fast, and you're coming downhill, it's into the green. So you're putting sideways in Pune on the ninth hole, the ball just climbs up the slope. So I think Pune is the most significant green in India. Okay, so let's talk about junior golf. So, let's take the putting into junior golf. I think when we were juniors, me, Amandeep, Gaurav, we always had caddies. We never played without caddies. I think it's somewhere in the mid-90s that the rule came that, between 13 to 18, you're not allowed caddies. And I think the main reason was that when you don't have caddies, then you learn to read the lines better. You learn to your club selection gets better. You learn to manage yourself better, and that's probably the main reason why caddies were not allowed somewhere in the mid 90s. So we never played without caddies. So I find it still very tough. I'm sure Gaurav and Amandeep will agree that we've not played much golf without caddies. So like taking it from where we took the conversation, everyone who's running a junior program needs to have a structure in place. I will just run you through. We have a junior player development program, a very detailed one. Angelina, can you put that the slides there? We just run through a few slides just to give everyone an example of how what kind of a structure we have. And so Angelina, go down keep going down. Let's go page by page. Yeah, go further down where you have the programs. Keep going, then I'll ask you to stop. Okay, so go back one. No, go back. Where the parents. Angelina, I think you went forward. Where you have the parents. No, one slide before this. Where we have the parents.
From stages of development. There is integrated golf development. Should I start from there? Yeah, with parents.
Yeah, integrated golf development.
Here you go.
So, you have to have specific guidelines for parents. You have to have specific guidelines for the coaches, and you have specific guidelines for the players. This is a key area where we try to focus on, and I think all of us should. If you have more than like 2-3 coaches, you will have a certain guidelines for your coaches. You have your parents' guidelines, and you have a guideline for the players. Keep moving forward now. Go to the next slide, Angelina. We'll start the discussion. I just want to show everybody. Keep going. Next one. Yeah, next one. So every age we have like different levels. Stay here. So we have like a little bit of a curriculum with what we are going to work on. Go to the next slide. Okay, stay here. So we've put a very detailed kind of a program in place. Now you can get out of it. We'll get back to the discussion now. So we basically follow level 1, level 2, level 3, and an elite. So we have 4 levels. In a very broad way, I will explain what we have. So we basically, level 1 is beginners. Then you have your level 2, which is when children start going on the golf course. Level 3 is when the children start competing. And then we have the elite, where children are actually playing the national circuit or looking at taking golf as a career. So these 4 levels that we created, we put a different curriculum, what we are working on, how many hours like for level 1, we suggest that you do at least 4 hours a week. For level 2, you do at least 4 hours a week, plus you play once or twice 9 holes. And then level 3, you're trying to put in at least 18 holes once or twice a week. And then for the elite athletes, we say that you got to put in about 24 hours a week. So 24 hours a week goes, if you take Saturday 8 hours, Sunday 8 hours, and 4 weekdays 2 hours. So that is the minimum that I feel and we feel that a kid needs to put in if he wants to compete at a national level. We can have a little more. Amandeep, you want to talk a little bit on junior program? Then we will open up.
Junior program. I think nobody's more qualified to speak on it than you are.
So okay, so we will take a few questions and then I will go a little more deeper into this. Anyone has any questions? Yes, Anup.
Just a request, sir. Can those slides be shown again?
You want screenshots? We will show it once we are done. We'll show you the slides once we are done. But let's see who runs a program. Indrani, you run a program. You've been quite
okay. If you're finding people to speak, Rojo, I'm going to speak because
okay.
When I've trained. Okay, I've trained juniors, a lot of juniors, and I train also the squad players and juniors and all of that. See, I always say that my junior should become an athlete first before I can make them into a golfer. Yes, so it's a very nice balance that we have to keep. But my intention is always to make sure that they become athletes. So whenever they would come for any kind of program, I would structure it in a way where I'm providing some information. So my lesson, say if I have about 10 students who have come to me for a 1 hour session or one hour session. Normally that's what it used to be. Used to be 1 hour, 1 hour, 15 minutes, because this is other, we can't keep them staying and focused. So I would actually start with a lot of hopping, skipping, jumping, animal walks, throwing the ball to each other. Then spend about 10 minutes in teaching them how to take a grip, say grip, or make a putt. So make them each give them 10 putts and say, okay, you're going to roll the putt, or give them some basics about putting. Then again, take them to something which is more physical, say, runs, races between 2 points. So, shuttle runs from one side to the other, do a shuttle run, then come back, do some skipping, again do some, things which are physical, again take them to the golf, whatever. So this is how I would break my 1 hour, 15 minutes into 15 minutes of activities, which would be actually 4 15-minute activities, which would involve 30 minutes of golf and 30 minutes of doing fundamental movement exercises, simple things, making it fun, making it games, things like that. So I felt that the students were having more fun doing that and staying competitive, because even when the guys who were good at golf were not so good at the fundamental skills. So nobody felt left out, and nobody felt that somebody was far better than in one aspect and not the other aspect. So, single leg hops, single head leg things, those are very useful. Skipping is very useful. So things like fundamental movement skills integrated with golf has given me far better results than just golf.
Right. Okay. Anybody has any questions?
Rani was wanting to comment.
Yeah.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can go.
Right. So in my program also, I've tried to inculcate what Amandeep said. We have warm-up exercises where we use different methods of, jumps and runs and, cross dynamic movements. And then we do the lessons. What I found in putting is when you give the children a ball to roll into a circle, they get a much better feel of how to use the putter. So we do that and they've understood. And by nature, kids are very competitive. So I do 30 minutes of the lesson. And in the last 10 minutes, I divide the children into age groups and have a small competition over 5 shots, chipping, 2 different types of putts like that. So they also learn to compete alongside through the process of learning. And when we take them on the course, I make one 8-year-old in charge of a 5-year-old. So they also learn to take care and mentor. So they become a team. So we have different activities like that to make it interesting for the kids. But what I found most difficult to teach kids was putting, because their attention span is so low. The minute they come on the green, they're ready to putt. They're not interested in listening to anything that you are likely to say. So we put physical cues on the ground, like an alignment stick to help them aim, a circle to putt into, things like that. Those have helped. But if any more inputs on that count, I'll be happy to get your advice.
Rojo, I'd also like to hear Preetham Saikia. I don't know if Preetham is here. Preetham runs a very good junior program at Golden Greens. Very competent. Preetham, are you there? Are you listening to us? I thought he was there. Anyway, go ahead. Preetham and Chimmy, I think they run a very good program. Like I think Chimmy was describing yesterday about his program, so it'd be nice to hear from Preetham. But yeah, going back to Indrani, I think Indrani making it interesting. So making keeping like a track on the putting green. So that would be a good way of also bouncing off. If you see those mini golf courses, kids have a lot of fun in those mini golf courses, because they are understanding where to strike. So they're understanding making angles. So if you just put flat, blocks of wood on the putting green and make tracks. Once you make a track, the kid's attention becomes focused. Because if he's seeing too wide, so it also tells you how to get the child focused towards a certain target. So they will start to understand how to stay in the track. Circles is a very good one. Trying to make sure that you put a track behind and make sure you hit the ball by hitting it past the hole, not hitting the how many balls you can put between the hole and the edge. So that's a very good exercise to give the students. Get them to roll the ball with their hands. Also a very good exercise that will teach them how to understand line, understand speed, pace, also understand the sense of, like Mahesh said, I tell them how to hold a ball, which tells them how to understand what's grip pressure. So use your imagination, innovation. Those are fantastic things that you're doing. But as imaginative, as innovative, like we want to keep their attention span. The biggest problem is attention span of students. So the moment you find anytime they're getting bored is when you want to make them competitive again or get them into an activity which they want to show off. So it's, the ego is built so strongly by God in all of us, right from when we are children. We want to be better than the other. We want to be showing off. We want to say. So you always use that to our advantage, because that is something which helps us make a bigger athlete. The more egoistic they are, the more self-centered they are. Unfortunately, they are better athletes. So if you see great athletes, they're all about themselves. They only want to do things about themselves. So that's a good trait to have. So keeping them competitive is something which we understand and foresee that, they should stay as competitive as possible.
So like what Amandeep is saying, when we are doing a junior camp and it's like more than 1 hour, say a 2 hour camp or something, and kids after a point start losing focus, and there's a lot more chatter, and guys are getting distracted. All you need to do is, now we'll have a competition. All you need to do is say, now we'll have a competition, and that's it. Everybody is excited. Everyone's focus is back. So we do a lot of lot of certificates, lot of medals. Medal costs 100 rupees. A certificate doesn't even cost 10-15 rupees. So we have these kind of certificates which we give out during our classes. Uh, just random, best chipper. So the certificate says best chipper or best putter, or things like that, and uh, uh, most attentive. So we have these offbeat kind of certificates. Then we have these little medals which we get. They cost like 100 rupees. We do a chipping competition, and the kids are suddenly again competitive. And then the kid, a kid who's never been on the course, but he's learning to play, and then he wins a chipping competition and he gets a medal, and that changes his life, and suddenly he gets excited about playing the game. Angelina, if you have any pictures of those EPGC certificates, you can share any picture, if you have.
Yes, I'm
So
just looking for that.
yeah. So Rahul, I would want you to come in a little bit. I think Rahul has something to say, and then we'll take Selva. But first, Rahul.
Hi everyone. So just a little bit of like a small, tiny little input on a couple of things. Like one, when I have little kids, I don't like to like put them into uh, like a box of putting practice. As long as they start to aim the putter correctly, and they have, I want them to play as many games as possible. Sort of simulate situations, go out, and I give them like a goal to play with. So I say, okay, from 10 feet, you should be able to hold one putt, you know, and then I'll just probably just send them out to play a 9-hole putting thing with themselves, and I'll give them like a target score. So I'll say 9 holes, you should have completed this in, let's say, 16 putts. And then as their levels increase, they become better. I sort of keep trying to change that number as they go through, and make that better and better, as good as possible. And then we sort of find out whatever is wrong with the technique and all. But I would rather make them play as many games, and make them competitive, and start learning the way to score. The other thing to add to what you said, Balotia sir, earlier, so this one time I did a tournament. In fact, it was last year that I did a tournament for my students. So everyone just came, and they played and stuff, and everyone thought that this tournament was what was going to be important, and the score that they shoot on that day. I didn't do anything like that. All their prizes were kind of similar to what you said. It was one of the prizes that I gave was for the most punctual student. The
Absolutely.
other one that I gave in for was the most regular at practice. And then the third one I gave was for the most improved student over the course of the last year, right? And and it was not that the most regular was the most improved, right? So it's a nice sort of a thing for the kids, like, and suddenly they were like, oh, we thought we were playing today for some sort of a trophy, but they weren't. They were playing basically for all the prizes that they had accrued over the year, and not over that one day.
Absolutely, absolutely. Ditto. We do exactly the same. Angelina, could you find something?
Yes, I got one. I'll just show you. Yeah.
Yeah. So uh, uh, we run a junior program at Vizag, and we just have random certificates that we give the children. So, do you have any other pictures of any of the others? So, best grip.
No, this is the only one. This is
Okay.
the only one I could find.
Okay. Could you find a picture of those rings?
No, sir, I'm still looking for those.
Why
I'll
don't you
just.
ask Let's ask Kasturi to take one and send it. Right? Yeah. So coming back to the junior program, the whole idea is to have them interested. You will find a lot of kids dropping out because they don't really having fun, or they don't know where they're going, because if you look at it, playing golf, hitting balls in the range is actually not golf, and it's not fun for children. They would rather go out there and play. I come across some juniors who have not been on the golf course for 9 months, and they're going and taking lessons from a coach, and that should never be the case for kids. We should try to take them on the golf course as soon as possible for them to experience. And then of course you put in your rules clinics, your etiquettes. Like, we don't allow a kid to play a tournament or go on the golf course without going through at least one clinic where we have the rules and etiquette clinic. Basic things like how to walk on a green, not to climb up the face of a bunker, replace divots, uh, know where to stand so that you don't walk ahead and you get a chance to get hurt. So we try and educate the kids on this before they go out on the golf course.
So, if I may add on over there, I've been noticing, that all of us teach a lot of technique and all of this, but I remember that the first off lessons that one got while going to a golf course were of etiquettes, and what the dress code is, and what is honor, and how to wait for the other person to hit first and say thank you and good morning. And I find this far missing in our teaching.
Right, of course. Yeah. So doing a junior program, and I think someone mentioned about the coach's code of conduct during today's conversation. So that's something that I want to bring up now, because every kid, when he looks at his coach, especially a small kid, a 6-7 year old kid, the kid will say, "Oh, my coach is the best golfer. My coach is better than Tiger Woods." And I've seen kids talk like this about their coaches all the time. And to the coach, to the kid, the coach is a hero and a role model. We have parents coming and saying, "Sir, he's not eating properly. Can you tell him? He only listens to you." Or he's not studying. Can you talk to him? You have to understand that a golf coach is different from a tennis coach or a football coach or a cricket coach, because the cricket coach and the football coach and the golf and the tennis coach is not spending that much time with you, but is spending more time on making that action happen. So you're hitting balls, you're working with the tennis coach, he's hitting to you, you're hitting to him. The conversation part is much lesser. Golf is one game where when you're teaching a kid, there is a lot of interaction, a lot of conversation, a lot of time that you spend with each other than just doing the action. So how we project ourselves is extremely important. You may be smoking, but you can't be smoking in the driving range, and your student should not be seeing you smoking. Coming on time. This is something that I face even in our academy. We've got 12 coaches, and there are some coaches who are very senior coaches, and they're never on time. And it's a habit that they're 10 minutes late, 5 minutes late, 15 minutes late. On a regular basis, and then the kids don't respect you for that. Then you have coaches on cell phones, checking messages, talking on the phone. Now, when somebody is paying you for your time, whether it's a junior or a member, and if you're doing a 30-minute lesson or a 40-minute lesson and you're charging 2,000, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000, whatever it may be, you're paying for every minute, and it is your duty, your job, to actually give that time to your student and not be on the phone, replying to messages, talking on the phone, things like that. So, and parents notice. I have noticed that coaches who do that parents notice and they want to shift the kids to some other coach because a kid, somebody is hitting balls. I've had a complaint once. The coach is not with us anymore, but the parent called me of a 6-year-old kid and said that sir, XYZ, this coach is always on the phone, and my son came back and complained. So I said, what happened? The parents said, my son was hitting balls and the coach was messaging, and my son hit a top, and the coach said, good shot. Now the coach thought that this kid is 6 years old, can barely knows what's going on, not very attentive, not very serious. But even that kid notices that the coach is not interested, and straight away, we move the kid and we give a warning letter to the coach. The coach is not with us anymore. But these are things that people notice. Grooming, how you turn out for your lesson. Keeping, simple things like keeping a deo. You're doing 8 lessons in summers. Brushing your teeth and coming in the morning for a lesson. I know it may sound a little crude, but it's a fact. You're giving a lesson in the morning. How you turn out, the clothes you wear. You don't have to wear expensive clothes, but you have to wear clean clothes, right? You can't be wearing faded clothes or shoes that are worn out. Your belt kind of really old. The leather's getting scruffed. So you can't be dressed that way and coming and doing lessons. You have to be well turned out. I say this more in the C and D category courses. This is, of course, all of you are a much higher level coaches out here, but it makes a difference. How we turn out, how we conduct ourselves, how we speak to students. You can't be, joking, fooling around, cracking dirty jokes with your 15, 16-year-old kids or 17-year-old kids, because then the respect level always drops. And I feel that every coach should maintain a distance from their students where that respect always remains. Because if you break that wall of that little bit of a difference, a little bit, because most of my kids don't have the liberty of coming and fooling around with me. They can come to me, they can confide in me, they can do whatever they want, but they cannot come and fool around with me, talk rubbish, crack jokes. That they're not allowed to. And I tell all our teachers to keep that same little bit of respect and distance from their students. There are some questions. Rahul, you want to say?
I have a photo of the rings. Do you want me to show that?
Yeah, show the ring. Show the ring.
No, thanks. I just wanted to sort of share that I was doing things like these, and they were interesting to.
We have these rings, which we made in our driving range, and what we do is we plant it about 20 yards out or 30 yards out, and we have chipping competitions. You chip through the rings. You have 2 rings, so they are at different heights, and we nominate and we say, okay, you're going to try and chip through this ring. It's just a fun competition. It's doing something different. And what it does is, we got this fabricated. So what it does is, it teaches a child distance control as well as controlling the height of your chips. We don't recommend hitting full shots because it's metal, so it can hit and come back. But pitching, chipping through these rings, make it a very exciting competition for our kids at times. Then we have the baskets. You chip into those big netted baskets. So we have different. We try to create different props which make short game interesting for the kids. Venkat, you want to say something? Venkat, are you there?
We've got quite a few questions.
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. First and foremost, thank you so much for this lovely session. I just wanted to share my experience wherein both my kids were with Indrajit Sir's Academy at Calcutta. And there used to be a lot of, skill competitions fortnightly, monthly, and till date, we have very fond memories of them. In fact, the skill competitions like right now, what Sir has mentioned about he got it prefabricated, those rings and all. Those days, he used to keep 2 alignment sticks and a straight shot in between those alignment sticks or a particular height the ball should go. And what was more important is every kid was getting recognized. So kid, if he has won a particular competition, is not entitled to win the other, but can participate. So it used to bring in a set of, good comradeship with the parents as well as the kids. And in fact, I still remember once he had formed 3 teams, 4 teams rather, and got into a competition. So like every parent, every kid was, encouraging and promoting the kids to do better.
Yeah, so we do short game leagues. Leagues is the way forward these days. So we do a lot of short game leagues nowadays every 3 months, where kids get team T-shirts, team banners, and it's just like any of the golf leagues, but it's only in the driving range, and it can happen over 2 days. So we've started doing that, and that is a huge hit with us. Uh, so the final point that I wanted to make, I think Malini is already in the room, and she will be starting a session at 11:30. But one final, most important factor I want to make is safety. A point that we have to make, and we've had uh, our share of accidents, maybe 3, 4, 2, 3 in the last 10 years, and it's the biggest nightmare for any junior program. Somebody getting hurt, especially when somebody's swinging a club, someone comes in the way and gets hurt. We've had a coach losing his front 2 teeth. We had a very senior teacher in Calcutta called Nabi Rasool, and Nabi was he passed away last year. He was close to 90. But I remember when we were young, he was giving a lesson to a kid, and the kid wasn't expected to swing, and he was standing behind that girl, and she swung, and he lost his front 2 teeth. And that's the end. He had false teeth for the rest of his life. We've had that with a kid. We've had once a kid getting hit just above the eye and had to go through a surgery. And the coaches have to be extremely careful, and especially if you're doing a group class, it's so dangerous to have clubs in 10 kids' hands who have never played golf or who are absolute beginners, because one of them may just swing the club when you're not expecting it. So we made it a rule now, when we have beginners and we have a clinic going on, everyone is supposed to hold the club upside down so that they're holding onto the head, and by chance if they swing, they're swinging the grip end, and it will not cause much harm. Also, marking out areas so that the kids don't cross the line. Only the kid who's hitting will cross the line. When you have your tournaments, making sure that the children know where to stand and not walk ahead, which is a huge challenge in any junior tournament. Also, if you have a lot of young kids, making sure that the child is delivered and returned to either the guardian or the driver or the maid. We've had a situation almost 15, 17 years back when, one child just walked out of the golf club. The security missed the kid. The kid just picked up his golf set and started walking on the road, went through the 2 levels of security, and was walking. And then when the parent came to pick up the child, we couldn't find the child. And then we found the kid almost a kilometer down the road walking on the pavement with the golf set. 6, 7-year-old kid. And he was just walking. So, he said, I'm going home. So I'm just walking home. And that was a huge scare. And we've made it a rule now that, any young kid below the age of 10, 11 who comes into the academy, when the child is leaving, the coach makes sure that the child goes either with the parent The parent picks up the child, the driver picks up the child, or the maid picks up the child. Whoever's dropped the child picks up the child. This is something that we have to be extremely careful about. It need not be that the child has gone outside the golf course. There could be a big tank. There could be the child could walk onto the golf course somewhere. So anything could happen, and these are the biggest challenges, I think, if you're running a junior program, and especially a junior program which is relatively large. So we have a couple of junior managers for our program because we've got close to 200 kids. So we have 2 junior managers who make sure that these safety protocols are followed. If you have a smaller program, you don't need managers, but the coaches need to be very, very well briefed, and there is zero tolerance on safety breaches. Any coach who doesn't follow the safety protocols needs to be pulled up and severely reprimanded. Gurki, you want to say something? Gurki?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, last year I ran a couple of junior programs, and before it was like a sense of nervousness also, because I said you better shape up if you want to teach kids and all. You have to lead by example, be it their physical exercises, if you want them to sprint, jump, or do animal walks, plus demonstration of shots. So I think it a very important aspect for coaches teaching is also that they practice also a bit, because a lot of times I've seen people are put in the spot to say, okay, sir, how do I do it? So explaining is one thing, but visual learning for kids is a very important aspect, which is overlooked quite a bit, along with making that fun.
Absolutely, Gurki. I also personally believe that if you're teaching golf, not only juniors, but yes, especially juniors, but if you're teaching golf, you should be able to demonstrate. You obviously don't have to hit that perfect baby draw or a slight fade, or hit that perfect flop shot, but you should be able to demonstrate. You should not be trying to show someone a draw shot and hit a slice, or you're trying to show a pitch shot and hit a shank, or you're showing a bunker shot and your ball doesn't come out of the bunker for the next 2 shots. So that is extremely important for any coach to be taken seriously. Should be able to demonstrate basic shots. Should be able to demonstrate a square club head. You can't square the club head on your backswing, and you're trying to teach someone how to square the club head. So you can't demonstrate, right? So it's absolutely necessary for any golfer. I know coaches like, say, Aditya Kanitkar, who's a lefty, and he's making good swings right-handed, demonstrating to their student. So for a teacher to be able to demonstrate is a must. I mean, there is no doubt about it. Thanks for bringing this.
Jimmy wants to put in a point. Jimmy, go ahead.
Hello.
Jimmy, yes, go ahead.
Yeah. So I'd like to add a few things. I've been entrenched in junior golf for the last almost 20 years. I've been running an academy at the Golden Greens for like 17 years now. So yeah, we are fortunate that we have a big parcel of land which we use our kids to do different activities also. So what I've in turn, I've also learned a lot teaching junior kids. I've learned to be patient. Yeah, but just teaching juniors is not just teaching the basics of golf or the golf swing. I think I find it difficult to not be a friend to the kids, like Indrajit was saying, to maintain a distance. So I've got Preetham as my partner. So he does the strict bit, and we have the good cop and the bad cop thing going. Yeah, so that's very important. And when you teach juniors, it's not only, as I said, the golf swing. It's a lot of patience, respect, honor, all sorts of things. We started a junior program in 2006-7. It's been like almost 20 years now. I also started a tournament. We had in the IGU back days, we had only A, B, C category tournaments. So a lot of the kids were left out. They didn't have enough competition. So we started the uh, uh, what do you call the US Kids Tour in India. In back in 2008, we got Aditi Ashok, who qualified for the US Kids World Championship. Kshitij Kaul, who again. Then what I did was later on, I got Jeev, SSP, Jyoti, all these guys to basically put their name in each tournament. And the kids were really excited that we're going to play Jeev's tournament, we're playing Jyoti's event. And they also pitched in. I requested them, you've been legends of the game. Why did you come around? Put your name, give back to the game a bit. And they're also very excited. They used to come up, give prizes to the kids. So yeah, it's been a good experience for me in junior golf. And later on, we also run underprivileged kids. We run a lot of programs. I do it in Kutub. We do it in Golden Greens. Me and SSP set up the SSP Chaurasia Foundation. So we have about 30 odd kids. So it's quite a responsible job, as Indrajit was saying. You got to be turning out well. It's an aspirational sport. So you have to look good. You have to demonstrate, as Gurki was saying, you have to be able to do those push-ups, pull-ups. Yeah, all that. That's it. That's what I wanted to add.
Thanks. Thank you, Jimmy.
Thanks, Jimmy.
Gentlemen, we will now move to the final session of this program. Malini is waiting, but thank you so much for being there for 3 days. I think these 3 days went very, very fast, faster than any of the refreshers that I have at least done in the last 20 years. And I think this refresher was a little different because we had a lot more interaction. We just didn't talk about, we did talk about the technique part of it on the first day, but I think at your level, we don't really need to talk about the 9-ball flights, but we need to exchange ideas. I think that was, I think the biggest takeaway was that we had a lot of exchange of ideas, a lot of exchange of, how we teach. And this refresher for me was also a learning one. Amandeep, I'm sure for you too.
Absolutely, absolutely, without a doubt. I think I've really enjoyed. I was, to tell you the truth, very nervous. I think I called up Indrajit about 10 times before. He said, I'm going to choose you as my co-host. And I said, are you sure? It's something I don't mind listening in. But he said, no, I'll. So very nervous because all you guys, like I say, you are all very accomplished people, accomplished players, accomplished coaches. Most of you have more experience in teaching than I have. To be talking in front of you and hold, you do tend to make a few mistakes. But nonetheless, was very educative for me, very good interaction, and was very happy spending 3 days with all of you, and especially under Indrajit.
Not under. So just the final word that any feedback that you have on the program, please feel free to obviously write to Sandeep. Jimmy, you want to write something? You want to say something, Jimmy?
No, he's already said it.
Okay. So so if you have any feedback or any suggestions how we can do the future refreshers better, we would love to have it. So you can give me a feedback.
We would love to actually get a feedback from you guys that should these refreshers be in person or at a site on a golf course or online.
I'm sure
those kind of things.
The physical one is always a better one because meeting everybody and being on the driving range and being out on the golf course and doing a refresher is always better. But the online also is an option because everyone can do it sitting at home. You don't have to travel. So I think a hybrid probably in the future would be the best option, where we do a physical one as well as a online one, so people get an option of doing both or either. Anup, you want to say something? Just a quick word, please, because I think Malini's now going to get upset with us. Anup,
Just
you
a
want to
quick,
say?
yes, sir. Just a quick one, sir. Just out of course, I just wanted to confirm that last year we didn't have these courses for people like who would want to go for A category coach. So generally
Yeah,
they have.
yeah, I got your question. So the D, as far as I understand, the D, C, B, and A course will happen this year, and it will happen probably. Uh, I can't speak on behalf of the IGU, but it ideally normally we have it between April to July, August, because that's the time when the tour is off also, and people are also not so busy with the monsoon. So that is the time we have the courses. I'm quite hopeful that the IGU will conduct the courses B, C, B, and A, all 4 courses. And that is why we did the refresher a little early this year, so that those who want to do the course will be able to do the course. So those who didn't do the refresher in 23, this will count as their refresher. And those who have to do it in 24, it will count as their refresher as well.
So, so my concern was that, like, basically in 23 it would have happened. I would have attended it, and then in 24 I would have got a chance to give exam. So that's the criteria.
We will reconfirm. But what I believe is for the B2A, those who haven't attended that A course, some of them had attended in 22. They will sit for that, as well as those who want to sit for B2A this year and hasn't attended that A course, as a one-time exception, the IGU is allowing you to sit for. They will count this refresher as a prerequisite to sitting for the A exam. That's what I understand, but we will reconfirm. But 99%, I think that's what I believe is the case.
I get a chance to give exam.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Chirag? Yeah,
Thank you.
Chirag.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to basically, say that if whatever the courses are happening, if we could, get the scheduling, well in advance, because we don't really kind of get to know till very late, and it's really hard to then.
Chirag, I spoke to Manav last night also, Manav Das, who's now the heading the NGI, and I've also requested him to, he's also on board that we will try and announce it as soon as possible. CPG is on board, so CPG is one of the biggest bodies, the European bodies, which and they are also helping us restructure the courses. So that is the reason probably we are just holding back a little bit. But CPG's involvement is going to be a lot more, I believe, this year and onwards, as we are already an associate member, and we are working towards getting a full membership on with CPG, and then we'll be recognized worldwide. So I'm quite sure that we will announce the dates early, and we'll try to not clash with the PGTI. I think that's what the idea is.
I don't think it should. I mean, as long as it's announced early enough, it's fine. We can manage our schedules, but it's just that when it's sort of announced late, then it's really hard to, because
absolutely. It's the same goes for even the teaching staff. For them to be available also becomes difficult. No point taken. And we when I send my report today, I will definitely add that Chimmy is also a council member, so Chimmy is also there, so he knows what's going on. It'll be nice if Chimmy also puts in a word.
Yeah, perfect. Before I sign out, I'd like to thank you and Amandeep. It was a great session. Thank you, guys.
Finding out the session is not over, right?
I know, but I don't think we'll talk after the guest speaker.
Yeah.
So yeah.
So just a little introduction to Malini. Malini's has been working with our academy for 12, 15, almost, I don't know, maybe 12 years or so. And she counsels our coaches. We try and do some coaches counseling on how to handle children, and how to be more sensitive and get more out of children. Thank you, Malini, for coming out here, and
My
I
pleasure.
think we can get over to her. So, can you make her the co-host, Angelina?
Yeah, I'd like to share my presentation actually, sir.
Ma'am, I've already made you the co-host, so you can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Indrajit, if I may, then I'd like to start.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So I didn't have a problem waiting for you guys to finish, so it could have taken another 10 minutes. It would have been okay. But yeah, I mean, we need to do this as well. So today my topic is going to be how to motivate children in sport. So basically, I guess when I joined in, the conversation was all around, handling children and how to mentor them and coach them. And it's very different from actually teaching an adult and teaching a child. They're like two different types of skills that are required. So that's why I decided to sort of focus on, how to actually motivate the child and get them into, interested in the game or get their performance best, so to speak. So, yes. Now, just one moment. I'm just going to move this around a bit. Yeah. So when we're talking about motivation and children, motivation is something that drives everyone to success, whether it's a child, whether it's an adult. It keeps them moving towards success. It is something, sometimes when it comes externally from other people, it actually works a lot better. We see that, most people, we think that, we should be self-starters, we should motivate ourselves, self-motivate ourselves for our best performance. But often we see that when it comes to children, a word of praise from somebody else helps that motivation factor. So as coaches, it is our responsibility to ensure that the child is getting the right kind of motivation to actually perform to their best potential. So basically, at school, motivation learning correlates to academic success, and at play, whether they're playing for fun or whether they're playing to compete, it also reflects as winning or enjoying the sport. A lot of kids have negative experiences in school or in other institutes where people, who are training them or who are teaching them do not give positive feedback, or they're angry with their performance, or there are unpleasant conditions where they're being reprimanded for something, these sort of things that actually works against motivation. So there is always, even if it's a negative feedback, there is a way to present it so that the child doesn't actually feel depressed or sad after hearing it. So it is our responsibility as trainers, or the parents and the coaches, to ensure that the outside force that motivates them actually encourages them and gives them that extra push that they need to actually perform to their best, as well as be confident of their skills. Now, before we get into how to motivate them, I think we need to understand what are the different types of motivation. If you break it down, it's basically two types of motivation. One is intrinsic and one is extrinsic. We'll just get into that. We have to understand why do we do the things we do, or if in case of children, why is the child actually playing the sport? Are they playing it because it's a hobby and they want to have fun, or are they actually playing it to be competitive, to actually play in tournaments, and win awards and win prizes, be in the newspaper and things like that? So there are various things that motivate children. For each child, the reason could be different in terms of what is their motivation. So as a trainer, you need to understand what is driving one particular child, whether it is the parents forcing them, whether it is parents are sending them off that, you need to play a sport, so go play golf. Is the child actually interested in the game? Or is the child just doing it because somebody else is asking them to do it? So these are the things that we also need to look at when you are training a new child, and the child has just joined. I think one of the coaches was saying that there is often a very friendly rapport that the trainer and the child share, and which is very important because you need to understand where the child is coming from and why the child is actually playing the sport to begin with. So psychologists have proposed that there are different ways of thinking. Motivation is, like I said, broken down into extrinsic and intrinsic, and we'll get into that in a little bit. So researchers have found that each type has different effect on the children or the person's behavior and what is their ultimate goal. So we are just going to get into the different types. Sorry. So intrinsic motivation is basically when the motivation is sort of comes from within, the happiness within. So I want to play the sport because I enjoy the sport. I enjoy being out on the golf course. I like the weather. I like, meeting new people or playing with friends. So it is something that is a satisfaction that comes from inside. So intrinsic motivation essentially is doing something not for some external reward, but for the internal happiness. So participating in a sport because you find the activity enjoyable, that you enjoy the sport. And these are just examples like other generic examples, like cleaning your room because you like a neat and tidy room, not because, you will get reprimanded by somebody if you don't clean up. Solving a word puzzle because you find that challenging, and not because if you've sort of worked out the puzzle, then somebody else is actually going to give you a reward for it. So it is as simple as what makes me happy inside, if that is the intrinsic motivation. And the extrinsic motivation is outside rewards. So I am actually playing this sport to win awards or to get prizes, or, I want people to congratulate me. So it's an external thing. I'm playing the sport, but I want those external things. So this is again cleaning your room, not to be reprimanded by parents, or studying because you want to get a good grade and not because you're interested in the subject. So once we understand the two different types of motivation, it becomes easier for us to motivate the child. So if we understand that the child is playing a sport for the fun of the sport, then that's great, because that one can actually hone in and improve the craft. And once they're confident, they can actually play tournaments. Now, I've also noticed over the years that there are children who come and play the sport because the parents want them to play golf, and they're not really interested in playing tournaments or participating in tournaments, because that's a lot of performance pressure. So as coaches or as trainers, you need to be the bridge between the parents and the children. So if the children are not into competitive sport, they don't want to play it to win tournaments or to participate in tournaments, then the trainer should understand that and explain it to the parents that maybe the child is not ready yet, or don't push the child into a tournament before they're ready, because that is a lot of pressure. And performance pressure can be good to a certain degree, but again, it can get really difficult for the child. And considering that we are talking about children, they get very affected by these things. So we need to understand why the child is playing. And if the child is just enjoying the sport and doesn't want to compete, let them play the sport and sharpen their skills and all of that, without putting the pressure on playing tournaments. Once they are confident, they will automatically want to play tournaments, because that can be fun too. A lot of people enjoy playing competitive sport, but again, there are a lot of kids who don't. So we need to understand where is the child coming from, and then we can guide them in terms of how they should tackle the sport, whether they should enjoy the game and hone in their craft, or they should get into competition. The thing is, though, that once they are good at their game, they will automatically then want to participate in tournaments. So this is just in a screenshot in terms of how the intrinsic works. Basically, when intrinsic motivation works for the enjoyment, so I'm enjoying the game. I like the purpose of the game, growth, curiosity, passion. These are something that is intrinsic. So this lot of kids who are motivated by the intrinsic motivation, they would not want to participate in tournaments. They would rather learn the game and enjoy the process of learning the game. Whereas extrinsic is people who like outside accolades. So they will like, prizes, rewards, benefits, winning, the perks of winning, all of these things. So it's very important for us to understand before we can motivate the child where the child is coming from. Now, quickly, we'll come to different ways to motivate children. I'm sure most of you are already doing it. So this is just like a quick refresher to sort of get you thinking on those lines. First, of course, is to set goals. Children work, I think most human beings work well when you have a certain goal and you have a time frame that within 6 months I will do this or I will reach this level. And it has to be, of course, goal setting is also very important in terms of what is manageable, what can be achieved by the child, and what is the time frame that is being allocated to the child to actually meet those goals. But it is always good to have a goal in mind. Again, keeping the intrinsic and extrinsic. If the goal is to just improve the game and enjoy the game, then that could be a goal. If it is for a child to actually play tournaments and play to win, then that should be the goal for the extrinsic motivated child. Next is celebrate accomplishments. I think this is something that goes for everyone, not just children, but adults too. Every small achievement, if it is celebrated and if people are appreciated for that or they're congratulated for that, they automatically feel good about it, and then you want to actually perform better in the next game or next whatever tournament. Make things competitive. While we want to make things competitive for the child to actually feel that they're improving, you don't need the child to compete with another child. Let the child compete with their own performance previously. So if a child is just learning to play, I think the competition should be with themselves. That today my game has not been good. How can I improve? How can I improve my scores, or how can I improve my style of playing, whatever. So those things, they need to compete within themselves, their own performance. So essentially, our job as trainers is to bring out the best in the child to the best of their ability. Not every child cannot be superstar, so you have to understand that when they're competing, let them compete with their own performance. Next is to encourage them. Of course, encouragement and a word of encouragement from a trainer or a teacher, means a lot. It means that you believe in them, you have faith in them, you trust them, and whatever self-doubt that the child has, well, that they can overcome when the trainer is telling them or the coach is telling them that I know you can do it. Let's give it a shot. So I think that's very important to ensure that as a trainer, you are encouraging the students, even for students who don't play well. And so you should never let the child feel that they're not cut out for the game or they're not playing well. We should still encourage them and try and reach the best of their own potential. Next is take interest. So now, obviously, we need to understand where the child is coming from, what is the background of the child, why is the child coming to play the sport. There are various things that we need to understand about the child. And the only way to figure that out is take interest in the child. So it is up to the coach to actually spend one-on-one time with the child, be friendly within boundaries. Of course, you still need to maintain your boundaries, but be friendly to understand if a child is not performing well on a particular day, there could be something else that is going on in their life. So only if you're friends with them, if you talk to them and they are able to talk to you freely, they will be able to tell you, why they're having a bad day, and find out about the interest. Sometimes maybe the child is being asked to play golf where he actually wants to play cricket or tennis, and they're not being able to convince their parents, but they should be able to talk to their coaches about it. And like I said earlier, that the coach is the bridge between the parents and the child. Sometimes the coach needs to educate the parents that the child is more interested in some other sport. Why don't you give that a shot as well? Because if they're not really interested in the game per se, it will reflect in their performance. So it is a good idea to take interest in the child, and maybe a good coach can actually motivate the child into developing an interest in golf as well. Even if the child wants to play some other sport, you can still motivate the child into liking golf and wanting to play it. Next is discover passion. Encourage your students to discover what they are passionate about. So again, this comes back to taking interest in the child and building a relationship with the child so that you know where they're coming from, what they're interested in, and what will work. See, the motivation thing is, again, like I said, is divided into extrinsic and intrinsic. You have to know these basic things about the child to be able to understand what they're passionate about. Are they passionate about? There are some kids who are very driven, very passionate about winning tournaments and being the best and performing very well. And some children are not cut out for that. So we need to find out what is the individual passion of that child and how do we feed that passion. All right. Next is to remain positive. I think as a coach, it is very important that you remain positive, and even when you are doubtful about the child's performance, or you don't have a nice thing to say about how the child has performed, it is probably the best thing to do is to give it a like a positive spin on it. Like, okay, so maybe your performance hasn't been great today, but what is the learning from that and how can we improve it? Instead of saying, oh, this today was a disaster, what happened to you, why couldn't you do this, it was such a simple shot, why couldn't you take it? Instead of saying that, we need to say it's okay, everybody has good days and bad days. Some days are difficult, so it's okay if they're there and they haven't performed. What can we change? How can we change it for the next time? So that the child still feels confident that, yes, okay, today was a bad day, but we are going to fix it. And the next tournament or the next game, I will perform better. Then there's peer pressure. So occasionally a little bit of peer pressure is not a bad thing. People like to compete with friends. And if they're similarly abled and similar sort of children, then that kind of peer pressure is good because each one is egging them on. But always when we're doing that, we're putting children in a group, we must make sure that the group is reasonably of the same level of talent and skill. Because if one child is a lot better than the rest of them, then there can be a disbalance. So again, when we're doing things in groups or in teams, we must, as trainers, understand that the group should be of not very, varied levels of skill, but it should be similar levels of skill and age so that, the competition is fair. Okay, next is make a plan. Of course, in order to reach your goals, you will need to make a plan, break it down into time frames of, how many weeks, how many months, you need to get to a certain goal, and what are the things that are involved in terms of reaching that goal. Then, of course, you need to excite them about their goals and ambitions. There are kids who want to be pro golfers, so they are obviously going to have a different set of goals and they're already driven. So it's easier to motivate them. However, there are still kids who are just enjoying the game. But at the same time, if they're good and you as a coach know that they have potential and they're good, it is up to the coach to actually then motivate them to start playing in tournaments and get them excited about that. So now simple guidelines for coaches. You need to catch your athletes doing things right. So integrity is a big thing. Being honest, and do the right thing. These are the values that a coach needs to inculcate in the children that they're coaching. And integrity is something that you still do the right thing even when people are not looking. So that is something that is a value system. So you have to inculcate that into the children, because a lot of the children, because they're competing and they're so sort of driven to the goal of placing first in the tournament, for example, they might do things like, that are not ethically right, or, basically cheating, but we need to ensure that they don't do these things. So it is up to the coach to give them the right value systems. So when the children make a mistake, help them understand how to correct that mistake, how to fix it the next time. If they've fought with some other person in the team, or they've had a bad day, and they have behaved badly on the course, instead of reprimanding them, I think it needs, again, we need to understand that people have good days and bad days. How can we improve it next time, or make sure that it doesn't happen again? Create a safe environment for your players to learn and excel. I think Indrajit was discussing this when I actually joined the session earlier, that it is very, very important to make sure that the child is safe, and not safe just physically, but safe emotionally as well. Like, they need to know that they can trust their coaches with whatever they're saying and how they're feeling, and and the environment is safe, and they know if they've shared a secret with the coach, they should know that, that remains within the two of them, and the coach doesn't actually discuss it outside. So create that safe environment for children. It is very important. Make practices and games fun. Actually, that is one of the fundamental things that we need to do as trainers, is to ensure that the children have fun, because they're already studying, so there's academics and things happening in school. Sports is like a recreation, so it's like a time out for them from academics. So if it's not fun, they're unlikely to keep wanting to come and practice it to become better at it, and then to compete at a level. So the bottom line is they must have fun. And a lot of the times, even if the child is not, like, say, cut out for golf, if they enjoy the company of the coach, they will still come, and they will still practice, and they will still try and improve their game, because the coach is good and the coach is motivating them well. So they will definitely try and put in their best, even if they're not particularly cut out for golf. Remember that you're the adult and you're working with kids. This is something we need to remember, that we have to be responsible for these children. So to basically ensure that you're giving them the right environment to enjoy the game, to practice and perfect their craft, and also motivate them to win tournaments. So that entire package should come in a safe and fun environment. Okay. Now, quickly, what are the benefits of motivation? Of course, it improves somebody's performance, especially during a tournament. Excuse me. If the coach is with the participant, and the right kind of motivation can actually help them, improve their performance and improve their shot or game. It's very essential whether you're playing for recreation or for competition. Motivation is required for both. So motivation, like I said, some people could be just playing it for the fun of it, but that's the operative word, fun. They should have fun. That's why they're coming. So if the coach and their interaction with the coach is fun, environment is friendly and happy, they will definitely come and they will be motivated to play. It raises you up, keeps you going, and tells you that you can achieve whatever goals you set. Sometimes, there are good coaches that will give good advice, which is not just pertaining to golf, but to life skills. So there are a lot of, the motivation or the support that the coaches give, the students. They actually form life skills with these sort of advice that they get. So it's not just essentially for the sport or for golf. For life, they will carry these values and advice. Now, why is it important for a coach to be motivational? Of course, to be a popular coach, you have to get along with your students, your pupils, and also you need to be able to motivate the kids to actually enjoy the game and perform well in tournaments. It's their role to help athletes discover their own motivation, to find the fire. So sometimes there could be talent in a kid, but the kid doesn't know it. So only when the coach has observed the kid over a period of time, they can say, you have it in you to actually play tournaments and take up golf as a career or something like that. And because the kid may not really know how good or bad the kid is. So it is the feedback that the trainer will give the child, that they will know, how they fare and whether they have it in them. And then eventually to find their own confidence in the game. It is the coach's role to inspire athletes to feel confident. I think making the child feel confident is a huge part of motivation, because when somebody is confident, it happens to adults as well. If they know and if they're confident about their craft, they'll be able to perform a lot better. So it is just one of those things. So confidence is something that comes from outside. Very few people can actually work up a confidence within themselves and say, okay, I'm great, I know that I can do this. But most of the people will need some sort of encouragement from outside to actually get that confidence and perform to their best ability. And it's a powerful ally for coaches and an important aspect of successful coaching. So everything depends on the coach, because if you are being able to motivate the child, automatically the child will improve over a period of time. And so that is what we need to ensure, that we have the right skills to motivate children or adults even. All right, so now we're looking at coaches' role in motivation. So coaches can develop psychologically motivated athletes with positive self-regard, so that, self-confidence. Sometimes people tend to think negatively that, oh, I may not be able to do this, or I won't be able to do that. It is the coach that comes in and tells the individual, no, you are capable, you have the skills, and that external, affirmations will help them reach their success. The coaches can also boost autonomy in the athletes by encouraging self-monitoring. So you can get them to self-monitor and look. Now, of course, you have all kinds of technology. You have AI supporting it. You can, look at your swing from different angles to see how your craft has improved. So you can self-monitor that and see how you are actually improving in your craft. But it is, again, the coach's job to constantly motivate the individual, the child or the adult, in terms of how they are improving over a period of time. The athlete's motivation plays a role in performance and perceived ability. Of course, if the person is not confident, it will reflect in their game. And if they're confident, of course, that will also reflect in their game. So it comes from internal and external sources. We've realized now by this time that motivation comes from within and from the outside. We need to inculcate both for the person to perform to their best ability. In many ways, the coach plays a pivotal nurturing role, especially for children. The coaches are actually nurturing the child's ability, not just in this, like I said, in the game of golf, but in life skills. And also, the coach has to be a bridge between the parents and the child. And that is like a thing that is very important, because a lot of the parents don't really have time to spend with the child to know or find out if the child is enjoying themselves, are they, good at the game, any of that. So it is the coach who sort of communicates between the two to ensure that everybody is on the same page. The surrounding climate dictated by the coach, whether it's critical or motivational, affects the athlete's psychological well-being. Like I said, even if you have negative feedback to give the child, try and word it such that, that there is always a learning. There is no failure, in our scheme of things. You've done well, or it can always improve. It could be better. It can be better. It will be better. That is what the child needs to hear. The child does not need to hear that, oh, the performance was terrible and, I have completely messed up the tournament or whatever it is. They need to know that, there is always room for improvement. For everybody, there is always room for improvement. Even, the best of the best golfers, they keep practicing because they want to improve their craft. So it is just that they have to continue, persevere, and come out with their best potential. Okay, so just some quotes for the coaches that they can use to motivate athletes. You don't have to be the best to start, but you have to start to be the best. So yeah, these are just a few things. This one is most important, I feel, that sometimes you win and sometimes you learn. So you never really lose. Even if you've had a bad day, you've lost a tournament, or you've played poorly, or performance was poor on a day, there should be learning that should come out of it. And how can we overcome these hurdles, or how can we improve, or how next time it's going to be better? But we should never talk about failure, and should never talk about negative feedback in that sense. So very quickly now, we don't have much time left, so we are going to just quickly go through these. The do's and don'ts of coaching young athletes. First, we'll start with the do's. You have to always remain calm, because mainly because they're children. And sometimes, even if they have to be disciplined, it has to be done firmly and politely. But we can't obviously lose our cool and shout at kids and things like that. So we have to remain calm and cool and collected during all practice sessions and games. Make your coach-player relationship independent of the player's performance. This is very important. If a particular child is playing well, and that child is your favorite pupil, and you are in front of other children as well, you can't actually show that this is my favorite. So the performance of the student should not be the basis of your relationship with the child. Whether the child is good at sport or bad at sport, you still have to have same relationship with each child. Of course, you might have a favorite, you might like somebody who's performing better, but you cannot show it. It has to sort of remain within. You have to be equal to all the children that you are coaching. Okay, reinforce sportsmanship with your players. So we've discussed this before. Integrity is everything. You have to inculcate the right values in terms of the rules of the game and how they play it and how they operate, especially in tournaments. So you need to ensure that, they're honest about their scoring and things like that. Push to follow through on commitments, hard work, and being a good person. I think a lot of the kids spend a lot of time with the coaches. So it is, you are like a mentor to them. So it is often the stuff that you say, they will, like I said, take away life skills from it. So it is important that as trainers, you make them, commit to certain goals and things that you have agreed to do in terms of games, on commitments, and work hard on their craft, and essentially be a good human being and have that integrity of being honest when they're playing the game. And always, of course, you have to keep it fun. And golf is a sport. Sport is meant to be fun. I'm sorry, sports are meant to be fun. So the fun factor has always got to be there, especially with children, because if it is not fun, they're not going to be interested in keep coming back. So the interest or the attention span of children is limited. So in the first few sessions, if they're not having fun, they're likely to drop out very easily, and it happens a lot. So we need to ensure that we keep the fun factor and keep them hooked to the game, so that over a period of time, they actually understand and enjoy the game over a period of time. So the other do's, teach kids to focus. I think a lot of kids, like I said, they're doing a lot of things. They're already enrolled into academics. And they're doing various other things in terms of playing sport or learning musical instruments or some extracurricular activities. So in all of this, their attention can get scattered. So we must ensure that the kids focus on their game and play the game properly. And even when they're playing tournaments, there could be various things happening around them. There could be the weather affecting them, or the golf course, or something new, or playing with totally different people. All these things can throw them off course. So it is, again, we need to train the children to focus on the game and the next thing and not think too far beyond. So just focus on the game right now and not worry about the result or the implications later. Let the kids feel their emotions. It is okay for the child to feel happy, sad, angry. If they're in a bad mood, like I said, everybody has good days and bad days. Allow them to feel what they're feeling, and then tell them, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. We'll do better next time, or we'll learn to do something differently, or whatever is the problem. Have an end goal in mind. Obviously, we need to have goals because that's how children operate. You give them a goal. It could be, a small, token of appreciation at the end of it. You might give them a chocolate if they've done well on a certain day, if a practice session has gone well, or a kind word, congratulating them. All of these things will actually help in achieving the goal for the child. Okay, then having fun, like I said, that is like really, really important because children are taking time out of their academic lives to play sport, to unwind and to have fun. So it has to, fit into the fun category. And remember that these are all kids. So if they're not having fun, they're not going to be motivated. No matter what kind of reward we dangle in front of them, if it is not going to be fun for them, they're not likely to actually take that up as a challenge. And practice with a purpose. So it's important for coaches to make the most out of their team practices to make sure training sessions are organized. So you need to make sure that the certain amount of time that is being allocated to the child is allocated effectively so that they can get the most out of that particular session. Okay.
Yes. Also, I think what you've done also, maybe you could take some questions from people.
Of course.
Yeah. So because
are there questions? I'm sorry, I'm not being able to see that because I'm looking at the presentation slide.
Anyone who has questions, please feel free. So I have one question, Malini.
Yes.
Before I ask, I find that a lot of children lose motivation when they're compared to their peers. If you can just talk a little bit about that, and everyone else, if you have questions, please just put your hands up, and Malini will take the question. But my question is, I find without us realizing, we sometimes say, "Oh, look at this boy. He's just joined last 2 months and he's already doing so well, and you've been there for a year and you've not done well," and that doesn't go down well. Just a little bit on that part of the psychology.
Yeah, actually, as coaches, we also need to understand that not every child is equipped with the same kind of ability and potential. So it is actually very unfair to compare two children. It's like comparing apples and oranges. So you can't really, or you shouldn't do that. And I think I mentioned in one of my previous slides that whatever, comparison that should be there is with their own performance. Say when the child starts, how that child is performing versus how the child is performing 6 months after coaching. That is the comparison that should be there. However, like I say, I've also mentioned that if the potential level is similar, then that kind of competition can happen. But we should not, as trainers, tell the child, "Oh, look at this other guy who's doing so well. Why can't you do well?" Because not everybody, nobody in this world is exactly the same as the other. So we all have different strengths and weaknesses. So as coaches, we need to be sensitive about that. And especially with children, our sensitivity should be a lot more enhanced in terms of how we handle the child. There are children who are very driven and who are very ambitious. Those kids are different, but mostly the kids, they want to have fun initially. Then after they've honed in their craft, they can participate in tournaments. But again, it is very wrong to actually compare two children because they could be completely different from each other. And just because somebody is bad at sport doesn't mean that they're failures. They could be good at something else. So it is we can still do it, but it has to be done tactfully. Did that help, Indrajit? I mean, I'm not sure.
No, of course. Also, I don't know if anyone else has a question. Otherwise, I'll ask. Also, how do you deal with children who are being very difficult? Don't want to listen, being naughty. Because today, in today's world, if you pull up a child, or obviously you can't punish them, and parents have become very very sensitive towards what is being told to their children, and parents go to school and say the child is traumatized. He has been shouted at, and he's got a shock and he can't recover, and all kinds of things. So
Actually, yes,
how do you
like I said, we need to be sensitive towards children. Having said that, children are also sometimes possibly using it to their advantage. So I think the best way to do it is when they start, or even at certain intervals, give them a refresher course on the rules of the game and how they should behave. What is the conduct that is acceptable? That needs to be communicated clearly, because and if they sort of then don't adhere to those rules, then you can tell them. So you can't actually shout at them, you cannot scream at them. So smarter way to do it would be probably just make them sign off on something that I will follow these XYZ rules, and if I violate these rules, then I will be reprimanded in some way. But yeah, shouting is not something that the parents will take well, because a lot of kids have become very sensitive these days. So we have to be politically correct when we are even reprimanding them. So, like I said, we can only talk about, let's not repeat this, let's try and improve it, change it, something like that. And at regular intervals, maybe introduce the rules that one needs to follow while they're at the golf course or at the driving range, in practice sessions or during a tournament. Because the only way to do is keep sort of feeding them the rules constantly, so that they know that if I don't do this, then I'll be thrown out or I'll be reprimanded or something. Shouting definitely will not work. There is somebody else who had raised a hand. Yes. I'll take your question now. Is he here?
Yeah, madam. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, Ajay, yeah. Can you kindly help situation? I'll give you a case study almost. Dealing with an adolescent, a boy, 18 plus.
Okay.
Now, he is an addict to golf, totally.
Okay.
But as a coach, I see that he just cannot perform. He, for last 2-3 years, he's sitting in the, coming at morning 6 o'clock, leaving evening 6 o'clock. Parents are not interested at all on him, not to spend even 1 rupee. And I wanted to take him to a psychologist, but parents didn't cooperate. He's going every time for Q school and coming last and coming back, and then starts thinking that next year, like this 2-3 years gone, and I see that his future is totally getting doomed. So how to deal with these such cases? Can you tell me? Help me.
This is a tough one, because if the child is really motivated and is convinced that he wants a career in golf,
but I know he cannot.
You know he cannot.
Yeah.
I think in this case, and his parents are also not interested, because they've also figured out that he's not equipped. Maybe if he doesn't, if he can't take up a career in golf because he does not have the potential, instead of saying that, stop playing golf, you're wasting your time, we can't actually say that. We try and say that, why don't you, take up a course in sports management? Because, while maybe he loves the sport, so he can still be a part of the sporting world, but not play, but do something else in that. There are so many other career opportunities, and I'm sure Indrajit will be able to tell you there are plenty of things that are happening now in the sports world.
Yeah, in the sports world, that is happening.
So,
Any more questions? Malini, you can finish off with whatever your last.
Yeah, I'm almost actually what I can do is I can share the presentation with Sia. She can forward it to the participants because we're running out of time. But if there are any questions, I'd rather do that, and then you can go through the presentation as well, because I'll send that through.
Okay, so your presentation can be shared with
Yes.
who are interested. So Angelina, you can if there is a request from anybody to have a copy of this presentation, then you can send it to them.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Anybody else? No.
Yes.
Jimmy, you can get Gurki also is there.
Yes.
Jimmy.
So Gurki says, yeah, he had a question, I think.
Yeah,
okay.
I can see that, but
Yeah, so you can unmute, and also Sandeep Verma, Jimmy also.
Okay, so yeah.
Can you unmute Mr. Verma, please? Yeah, go ahead.
Is Gurki going or should I go?
Whoever, I mean, go ahead, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Hi, Malini. Thank you very much for the awesome presentation. Indrajit, what we can do also is, I think this is a very good education for all the coaches. And I'm a council member, as you know, and I'm heading I'm chairman for the junior golf committee. So what we can do is we can send this presentation to all the coaches. I'm sure most of them, 90% of them, would be teaching juniors. So now they'll be armed with more education how to deal with these young minds. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Melanie. I just want to say this. No questions.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
I'm happy.
I agree with
to
all
help.
this. Yeah.
Gurki? Gurki, are you there?
I think we lost him, sir. He was here. Yeah, he's here.
Okay.
Any other questions? Anybody?
Gurki has a question. He's back, right?
Yeah, he's connected back. Sir, can you hear us? Gurki, sir?
So the best way to do this is we will be sending this presentation to the IGU.
Yeah.
Like Mr. Verma said, and whoever wants a copy of this presentation can get it from IGU. That I think will be a better way of doing it.
Yeah. So yeah, I think just me talking is also probably boring for everyone. It would have been better if it was an interactive session, but I am happy to share the presentation. I'll send it to Angelina.
Malini, it was not boring at all. It was very interesting, very informative. We absolutely loved it. So, that's why we are listening to it very intently. So
Thank
that,
you.
because it was a lot of valuable information. Thank you so much for taking time
My
out to
pleasure.
make this wonderful presentation and also coming out and addressing all these great teachers.
Thank you. Mr. Sanjay Kumar Singh has raised his hand.
Yeah, Sanjay.
You have a question?
Yeah. Hi, Malini ji. It was a wonderful presentation and you spoke so well.
Thank
you. Within this few 15, 20 slides, you have taught us many things as coaches, though we are certified and teaching the game and played for a long time. But there are certain things that I noted down, if you can see in the paper. And few things generally we all coaches should agree that we are doing it, and few things were like it's a little bit more add on to it, as Chimi said, the chairman for the junior committee, that it will be another arm in or a weapon in our hand. And it was nice the way you presented it, and we learned a lot. Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much. Thank you. Yes, I will send the presentation to everyone. Thank you.
Gurki, I think we lost Gurki, right? So, okay. So, thank you, everyone. And wish you all the best. Happy New Year. And thanks for bearing with me and Amandeep for these 3 days.
Yes. Thank you all. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
Please send in your feedback. I mean, if you're happy, then obviously it's there. But if you have any suggestions, it'd be helpful because then we can do it better in future.
Very open to constructive criticism also, guys. So please feel free to tell us where we went wrong, and there's no harm in that, and we'll try and become better the next time.
Bye. Take care, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks, Indrajit. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.